Alrighty. I was just going through a bunch of my gear trying to get some stuff in the glamour chest because my inventory's filling up. I gotta make sure I keep the cool pieces. I'm gonna have to check and see if there's like a limit. I know there is. There's got to be. I'm gonna have to check and see what the limit is at some point for the glamour chest. But I'm just gonna head over to Ilmeg and get started on the MSQ here. This place always looks so cool at night. It's almost a shame that it started out as daytime, really. Alright. Oh, he's got a gift for me, huh? I knew you could do it, and not only because of your blessing. You have a strength all your own, and it has seen us through many trials. With the Warden defeated, I believe our work here is done. It is time we're going together. It is time we were going together. Needless to say, to the bitter end. The fate of our two worlds being the stake, and all that. Now then, I suggest we hurry back to the Crystarium. Much and more may have happened while we were frolicking with the Faefolk. I guess you could call it frolicking. The Ranjit elected to pursue us makes me hopeful that the city spared Yulmor's attention, but I would sooner see for myself. Besides, I believe I speak for us all when I say that I've had a belly full of Ilmeg. I don't know. Let us away before the fairies think to play with us again. It's actually, I think Ilmeg's probably my favorite zone so far. Hey, good Gizmo. Welcome back. All right. How do you say?
All seems well at the Crystarium?
Yes. Yulmor was plainly more concerned with finding us. How flattering.
Oh, hey, Andrea. It's good to see you. Thanks for stopping by.
You certainly took your time. I had half resolved to complete the task myself.
Oh, what the fuck is he doing here?
And you are...
Were one to study the annals of Garlean history, one would find yonder visage on many a page. Though by rights its youth should long since have faded.
Well, well, we have a historian in our midst. That spares me a lengthy explanation. I am Solus Sos Galvas, founding father of the Garlean Empire, and under various guises, the architect of myriad other imperially inclined nations. As for my true identity, I am Emmett Selk, Ascian.
Gaius spoke of you, a native of the Source.
Equal in rank to La Habrea. And you came all this way just to introduce yourself to us?
Behold the sky, restored to its former glory. Have you ever seen a more affecting spectacle? Oh, it is truly, deeply infuriating. Do you have any idea how much you have delayed the rejoining?
I knew there was no way that he was actually okay with it.
Following the flood, the First had been listing ever further towards the light, towards stasis. The end was in sight. Enter man and his indomitable spirit. He would haul the world back from the brink. And adding his lumpen weight to the power of growth, he duly tipped the scales, if only by a fraction. Yet a fraction was enough to spoil the perfect imbalance needed to bring about a rejoining.
Yeah, if it weren't for those meddling kids, exactly.
Had mankind continued to live in idleness under Vorthri's rule, all the conditions would have been met.
I would have gotten away with it too.
But you had to come and ruin it all. Thanks to your meddling, light supremacy is in doubt, and our painstakingly laid plans are in tatters!
Well, I should begin by thanking you for confirming Urianger's theories on the inner workings of the Calamity. He will be most pleased. As for what happens next, might I suggest you admit defeat and walk away?
Happy to let me go, are you? Because the murderous glint in your eye suggests otherwise. Indeed, it is enough to make me think better of confronting you alone. Look, it did cross my mind to simply side with Vorthri and kill you all. But that's no different from what La Habrea did. And so, while it is liable to be troublesome, I have settled upon a different approach. Cooperation. I will not raise a hand to hinder your hunt for the Light Wardens. If you desire it, I will even lend you my knowledge and strength.
Since time immemorial, you and yours have labored to rejoin the 13 shards, at the cost of countless lives. Do you expect us to believe that your objective has suddenly changed?
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Nay, our objective is the same as it ever was. Though I dare say, you do not know our motive. A war waged without knowledge of the enemy is no war. It is mere bloodletting. Just once, might we not seek to find common ground? For good or ill, I am immortal. Provided I have the inclination, I can always begin anew, scheme and conspire to my heart's content. But this time I thought that I might instead try to see eye to eye, to understand what drives the hero of the Source, to determine if our goals are truly incompatible. So come, shed your preconceptions. See beyond the unscrupulous villains you take us for. When all is said and done, we may find ourselves pleasantly surprised. The proud discoverers of a path of cooperation rather than opposition. Think of it.
Thou hast delivered thy proposal, and we would not dismiss it outright. If I may offer thee counsel, however, to make thy case via an illusion reflecteth poorly upon thy sincerity.
My apologies. You will forgive me if I'm not entirely at ease in the presence of a famed Ascian Slayer. I felt it only prudent to take precautions. Nonetheless, your counsel is duly noted. I take my leave, friends. Rest assured, we shall meet again soon.
I need to get a new necklace. Or change the glamour. Yeah, I just want to hang out. It is kind of surprising. I wasn't expecting him to show up and be like, yeah, let's work together. Makes me wonder what he's like actually plotting in the background. Cooperation? He can't be serious, can he? Well, we've certainly been given much to ponder, but first things first, we should report to the Exarch. You can run along, Ray. We're perfectly capable of handling this task. In light of your recent exertions, I'd say you've earned a rest. Go on, take yourself off to bed. We'll see you later, refreshed and ready for more. Alright, so where are we headed? Oh, of course, I have to actually run over to the inn. It really does feel weird running around this city and seeing nobody here. Just this big empty space. I'd be willing to bet that it's going to tell me I'm too low level and I'm going to have to switch to my monk. Yeah. I'm too low level to sleep, by the way. Yeah. I mean, there was a good number of people, like, during the Shadowbringers expansion when I had boosted my original character. I remember running around the city and there was at least people visible running around in the area, but now it's dead. It'll never be like as like popular as like Ul'dah or Limsa Lominsa, but yeah. Oh, welcome back, miss. We've been expecting you. You'll find refreshments laid out in your quarters. We hope they are to your liking. Will you be resting now? Yes. Very good, miss. Right. Ah, he's giving me a sandwich basket. Yeah. I've seen people here before, but it's like on and off. Currently, at least. Like, sometimes there's like 20 people in the city, and then other times it's just you're the only one there. Oh, they have their upgrades in the Crystarium? I didn't even know. That's a pretty good looking sandwich basket. I hope the past few days have not been overly taxing. Pray take your rest and recover.
From the Exarch, is it? With that mirror of his, he can watch your every move, you know. He'll probably think you're talking to yourself. Still, he's keeping you well fed. Judging by his people's faith in him, he seems to be a decent sort. But so much about him remains shrouded in mystery. Like, what was he doing back in my day? There was no such person when I was around. A lot's happened since the flood, though. Since I was set adrift. I know little more than you do of this city's history in the Exarch's past. Not that it matters. It's Emmett Selk we should be concerned about. When our world was about to be consumed by light, the Ascian in white appeared before us. He said that the only way for us to live on was to bring about the rejoining. Desperate as we were, we heeded his words, not realizing that the flood was of the Ascian's own making. They cannot be trusted. None of them. But Emmett Selk had one thing right. One should not fight blindly. That's what we did. And it cost us everything we held dear.
You're putting me off my dinner. Doesn't seem like a good time to make a joke. I don't remember who Seto is. So I'm just gonna say not everything.
You mean Seto? Well, that's... I suppose you're right. He's done some growing. When we were traveling together, he was nowhere near as big. And he obviously couldn't speak.
Oh,
I had no idea how much that medallion meant to him.
Seto was the bird.
What about you, anyway? You must have a friend like Seto. Chocobo, perhaps? Come on, you tell me something for a change.
I'd almost forgotten about the bird. That was a really cool scene, the one with the bird where you got to meet his old mount or whatever. All right. Good evening to you, miss. I do hope you are well rested. The Exarch and your companions are presently gathered in the Ocular. He asked you to convene with them at your earliest convenience. I've got a feeling some interesting stuff's going to happen here soon, just with the Ascian getting involved more and more. I was also earlier today I was looking at a video from the YouTuber Nixium, and I guess there's an add-on for World of Warcraft. For Classic WoW specifically, some guy used an AI to voice act every quest, and it actually sounds really decent. It kind of makes me interested in going back to play through and level up a character there, because there's some really, really cool stories. That's something I might do in my free time, though. Yeah, no, and like, I don't know how they did it, but they used like the AI to sample like different like voices from characters like the undead, tauren, human, orcs, and stuff like that, so they all sound like, yeah, Seto is best boy. But yeah, they all sound like they should. It's really cool. It's an interesting view. I don't think we've seen out there before.
Ah, there you are. You're just in time to welcome our guest.
Please, did I not explicitly tell you that we would be meeting again soon? Lest you forget, I made you a promise. I have no intention of meddling with your mission. I come only to observe. Your Exarch friend in particular has piqued my curiosity. Summoning you all like that. Most impressive.
You honestly expect us to believe you've come only to observe? Or that you might deign to lift a finger to aid our cause if called upon? Even if there were a sliver of truth in your words, I would never accept your help. Not in my darkest hour. Not after all the suffering your kind has wrought.
So petty. I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. Wage your war against the Sin Eaters, put each and every Light Warden to the sword. Prove yourselves heroes, brave and true, and I will be glad to embrace you as allies. Allies worthy of bearing the burden of truth. Surely such a partnership would be preferable to yet another round of fisticuffs. And thus did the olive branch wither and die. Pity. Well, let no man say I did not try, futile as it was. Though I suspect you will seek me out when you grow tired of making the same mistakes. Difficult decisions lie ahead of you. Decisions best made with the benefit of knowledge to which only the Eternal are privy. For now, I shall resume my shadowy vigil. Whatever you choose to do, make sure it's worth watching, would you?
What was that all about?
A vain attempt to make us doubt our chosen course, most like. As if we'd believe a word that passed his lips. Unless you think there is some truth in what he says.
Colonel, perhaps not one jot. I don't know. But if he crosses us, I'll make him wish he hadn't. I don't know. I honestly still don't know what they're fighting for, but he didn't really say anything either. I don't know. I'll go with that one.
I'm sure you will. But consider for a moment. If he meant simply to lead us astray, he could have done so without revealing himself. At least, not in the manner he did.
That's true.
It goes without saying that an alliance with the Ascians is out of the question. But since we have no way of knowing where they might be hiding, it seems only logical to press on with our mission, even if our enemy seems content for it to succeed.
Then let us discuss the Sin Eaters. I would begin by thanking you all for your efforts thus far. In striking down the Light Wardens of Lakeland and Ilmeg, you have accomplished more in your short time here than all of our forces managed in the last century.
That may be, but the Wardens of Calusia, Amareng, and Raktika remain.
Indeed, and their precise whereabouts are as yet unknown.
Hey Bongo, how's it going?
Which is why I propose we divide our forces and conduct a systematic survey of each region. Once we have found our quarry, we may then determine how best to proceed.
I'll take Amarang in that case. I know the lie of the land well enough.
If there are no objections, I will make for Calusia. I have connections there both in and around Yulmore that may prove useful.
Then I would ask that you journey to Raktika. There you will find Y'shtola. With her assistance, I doubt the Warden will evade your grasp for long.
Is Y'shtola the conjurer you and Urianger used to talk about?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Though we haven't spoken much since she left for the forest.
I fear I may be to blame for that. I had every intention of relaying the news of your arrival, but she is disinclined to speak with me. You have visited her, have you not? Might I trouble you to...
'Twould be no trouble.
My thanks. While you are all out in the field, I shall be here attending to business. I had somewhat fancifully contemplated joining the search myself, but other matters demand my attention.
What's that?
A missive from Lord Vorthry. He invites me to join him in Yulmore to discuss the recent conflict at Lida Luran.
And? Did he even bother to offer any bait? It's obviously a trap.
Uh-huh.
I should be surprised if it were not. Nevertheless, I must seize this opportunity to speak with him, even if only a few words are exchanged. Though my power will be much diminished so far from the tower, it is a risk I am willing to take. Master Alphino, might I impose upon you to accompany me to Yulmore prior to beginning your reconnaissance?
Of course.
Then let us make ready. Safe travels to you all.
Makes you visit the areas in a clockwise order? Yeah. I always prefer going counterclockwise. It's making me go backwards then. Before you leave, I would make a request of you. There is a church, or rather, the ruins of a church, a fort job. Might I ask that you go there before seeking out Y'shtola? It was a place where people once gathered to worship the light. Alas, it has long since fallen into disuse. Yet within the hall there remains a tablet, whose writing, I believe, may prove of use to Y'shtola. And at the very least, Such a relic would make a suitable gift for your reunion. A most considerate proposal. Very well. Ere we depart to Raktika, we shall journey to Fort Job, that we might secure this relic. All right. Fort Job. Time for Lahi. What's that? It's just there. Oh, of course. Oh, it's lyrics. I have to get rid of some of this stuff. I'll know when I get there. Yeah. I should have done one more duty finder just to get that last little bit of XP from my Reaper, so I could continue leveling that. Reaper's really fun. I like that it's like slow and really hard hitting. It's a lot of fun. It's really easy to play. Like, it took me about half an hour to figure out the abilities and like what order to use them in and where you put your cooldowns and stuff like that. So it was really simple to figure out. It kind of reminded me of Dancer and its like simplicity. Yeah. It's just my my monk is level 81 already, and there's like no point to continuing on at this point with it. I wanted to level some other stuff up with. I thought I would be fine at level 72, but it's funny because it's like, let me look real quick. Oh, go away. If I put on, yeah, I'm a sliver away from 73 where I could continue questing as the Reaper. Yeah. But yeah, Reapers, I would say on like a scale of difficulty, like Monk is probably like a 7 or an 8 difficulty wise. Black Mage is probably the hardest to play. Dancer is like a 2, and Reaper is like a 3. They're all really fun. Like, Dancer is my second favorite to play, but Reaper is pretty close to that right now too. Like, I've had a lot of fun with Reaper. The skills and stuff just look really cool, and obviously using a scythe is awesome. Oh, you feel vulnerable at the minimum level required? Yeah. I haven't had any issues with it, but it seems like every class that I have or job that I have just outlevels the MSQ pretty much. Oh yeah, mobs do see you. You can't just walk by them, you actually have to fight everything. Here amidst the ruins, we will fill the Church of the First Light, and within the Hollowed Hall, the tablet we seek. Time is of the essence, my friend. Let us be quick. Yeah, and see, this is disappointing now too, because I'm gonna miss out on this piece of gear that I could get for the Reaper. Let's see what we got. A hat, huh? Oh, I can keep it and open it for the Reaper. That's probably a good idea. I'll have to start doing that. Pixie cotton hat. What does it even look like? Oh. You also got to be careful too, because then I'll end up at some point towards the end of the MSQ, where it's like, go do this dungeon, and I can't do it because I'm like 20 item levels below it, so I have to go like spend money on the market board. At the height of the Lakeland's prosperity, these sites served not as man's final bastion, but as a testament to his ingenuity and architectural prowess. The Church of the First Light was responsible for many such marvels, building majestic chapels in every corner of the realm. Alas, the flood, with its inexorable tides, would drown nigh everyone, and did all but put an end to the religion as a whole. For the creatures which then did rise from the fulgent deluge, were seen as agents of the divine punishment, sent to devour the sin of the sinners both. Whence came the name Sin Eaters. The people were lost, seemingly forsaken by their God. Yet where there is light, there hath ever been a shade, and 'twas in the dark they sought solace. The most devout of these worshippers of Shadow did then migrate to Raktika. I don't know why that's such a weird sounding name, but then most of the names in Final Fantasy are weird. Raktika Greatwood, but that is a tale for another time. For now, let us find what remaineth in the chapel here. All right. Next time I'm online, when you can make accessories to level with. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, that'd be awesome. Like I can pay you for stuff to make too. So. Oh, I'm supposed to go down. Where do I go down at? Giant hole in the floor, of course. Aye, this is indeed the church we seek. It's kind of crazy that the Church of Light would be underground. Unless they moved it under after the light. I don't know. It's surprisingly intact. What little is left of the church I've seen until now has always borne the scars of the decades of disuse. Its subterranean construction hath done much to protect the hull from the ravages of time, yet the reason for its remarkable preservation may be deduced from its decoration. As faith in the light did wane, so rose reverence of the dark, and its followers did want for a place of worship to be plain, the standards of which do adorn these walls belong not to those who built them, but to those worshippers of the dark, the knights blessed, who subsequently migrated to Rakatika, yes? Indeed, 'twas beneath the shaded boughs of the Ratakika Greatwood that they finally found sanctuary. Oft many times did Yulmore make spurious overtures of friendship unto them, but they are no fools. The Exarch knoweth full well that Y'shtola, in her seclusion, doth labor to learn all she may of the blessed and their past. 'Tis why he sent us here. I now see. The tablet of which he spoke no doubt provideth a glimpse into the history that she so yearneth to comprehend. Well then, we'd better hurry up and find it. Ah. Search your surroundings for the tablet. Okay. Pretty locked in. In a pinch, there might be nearby quests that give it to you before resorting to spending. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah. But yeah, the market board is so much faster for sure. Or no, you were saying so fast. I thought you were saying AH like auction house from World of Warcraft. Back to work, break, gotcha. Okay, yeah, see you around, Bongo. Thanks for stopping by. Within the altars, thou sayest. Oh, yeah, it took you ages? You know, it's funny, I'm kind of glad I wasn't streaming one of the parts in Stormblood where you had to, like, find the weak point. Similar, like, to this. Like, you're using the telescope and you have to find the weak point on, like, the scorpion thing or whatever it was. And I swear I sat there for, like, 10 minutes before I just got pissed off and walked away from my computer. And then when I came back, I Googled it and I watched somebody else do it to figure out where the weak point was. Because I was, like, scanning over the whole body of this, like, scorpion, and nothing was, like, highlighting at all. And it was, like, you had to scan over, like, just in front of their face to get it to work. So, yeah. No, I was really frustrated with that one. Those quests can be really annoying sometimes. Not escape thine eyes, 'twould seem. This is indeed the tablet we seek. Curious. These engravings predate the Night Blessed. The Night's Blessed. If I am not mistaken, they are writ in the script of the ancient empire of Ronka, whose capital once stood in the midst of what is now Rakatika. 'Twill be a small matter to decipher them. A fine gift for our seeker of truth. 'Tis plain the Exarch understandeth Ishtola's only too well. But come, let us quit this place and make ready for our journey into the woods. Yeah, some of them are, and it's funny because it's not like they're hard and you want to be like, how do I explain it? It's not like, oh yeah, this is really hard because it's difficult. It's hard because it's like, I don't know. It's like you're looking right at it sometimes and you just don't see it. Which is kind of how I feel with the one in Stormblood. Yeah, these 10 pixels, yeah. You just didn't quite mouse over the proper area. It's like sometimes you might have even looked at the correct spot, but you didn't look over the exact correct spot. So you think you looked at it, but you really didn't. Yeah. Ere we depart, there is a custom of the Night's Blessed which I feel compelled to elucidate. As one might expect, they deem light to be abhorrent, and everything it touches befouled. Thus do they take the utmost pains to protect all they can from its taint, including their very names. To speak plain, it is a belief that the blessed that it is the belief of the blessed that one's own name must ne'er be uttered in the light. That's weird. Of the everlasting day. Yet this commandment precludeth not the use of another's. Thus do parents protect their children, and in rare cases, masters their disciples. Okay, masters. Okay. Calm down with the cursive speak. So it is that Ishtola hath taken the name of Master Matoya. Oh, that makes sense now from the trailer. Yeah, it's really just Urianger gets bad with it sometimes. Lest we offend them, I bid you speak not her true name in the blessed presence. Yeah, Urianger's going off. It's funny because he says, yeah, let's hurry, we need to get there soon, and then he speaks like 6 paragraphs. With that in mind, let us speak with the guard who keepeth vigil at the Great Woods border. Yeah. I don't know, like, it's funny because a lot of people, myself included, read with, like, anticipation of what's going to be spoken next. So it's like, before I've even read the word, I'm already kind of saying it. And with Urianger, he'll replace normal words with, like, TH or EST at the end. And then by the time I've said the word that I'm thinking, and then I have to go back and it's like, no, he actually said this. Because it's not what I was anticipating. kind of crazy to look at a graveyard here with everything being like purple and bright next to it. It just doesn't seem right. Yeah, twice as much reading. I'm almost, I don't remember what it looks like, this forest. I'm kind of hoping that it looks similar to like a redwood forest, but I get the feeling it's not. Well met, traveler. What business brings you here? Yes, of course, right this way. Oh,
No
it does
matter how
look
far he goes, man cannot resist looking back on the path he has walked.
Lahi?
The untold stories and secrets of the past can be more alluring than the promise of tomorrow.
Now I get it.
And so he braves the forests of Raktika in search of mystery and wonder. Of Ronka, to which all seekers of hidden truths are inevitably drawn.
It's a bop.
We have arrived. Vast though these woods may be, they are, by and large, uninhabitable. Not so the swamps of Cydia, however, whose sparse foliage permitted man a foothold.
Oh, he's back.
No lands must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule! Forgive me. A sudden pang of nostalgia for those halcyon days. Exploring virgin territories, subjugating primitive peoples, all for the glory of Garlemald.
If you've brought your ivory standard, I'll be happy to tell you where to stick it.
Can we not simply take a moment to enjoy the view together? Or would you rather I spied on you from the shadows? Much more of this, and I may very well begin to regret my show of good faith.
If you really want to stay, then help us fight.
No, I think not. I am an observer, nothing more. Even shielded by the shadows of these boughs, I feel the light's presence most keenly. To accompany you is taxing enough. To fight is out of the question.
I will suffer your company if I must, but not your commentary.
I'm gonna hear the Lahi every time now. I probably wouldn't have noticed if you guys didn't say something. It's kind of funny. Just a little heads up. You talk to him outside of the cutscene? Oh, he's still here. Okay. Yeah. I'll check it out. Okay. It says plain our Ascian counterpart meaneth to follow who whatsoever, wheresoever we lead. Were it otherwise, he would not suffer the overabundance of light in these woods. Verily, it pervadeth. Pervadeth? I actually don't even know what that word means. It pervadeth every corner. And so long as the Light Warden remaineth, the Sin Eaters shall be free, prey upon these lands, without surcease. If not, it's done. If not, it's done. 'Tis but the matter of time before the blessed succumb. 2 years past, a swarm of Sin Eaters did lay waste unto their largest settlement, killing a great many of their priests in doing so. Though some few did survive, they knew not how to go on, wayward souls in want for a guiding hand. For a mercy, Y'shtola have provided that which they sorely needed. They have since endeavored to restore their home. And thither shall we bend our steps at Fort Gone. Of course he walks away. If I get a chance, I'll talk to him again. I had a feeling after I clicked on Oriange, I was kind of like, it was over. There was no way to talk to him, but I'll try. I really like the way this zone looks. It starts over the Lahi every time you get a new cutscene.
I see little sign of recent activity, nor hath any meaningful progress been made with the reconstruction. Mayhap Y'shtola sought shelter elsewhere. Come, let us quit this place.
Now! Surround them!
Hmm?
These senators, they're not like the others.
There's a reason for that. Lower your weapons, please. We mean you no harm.
How is it they can speak?
It's a Sin Eater trick. They mean to kill us all.
How could they think that we're Sin Eaters? That seems crazy. Kupo? I'm just gonna say we're not Sin Eaters. I kind of wanted to say Kupo though, because I don't really know
Perhaps
what it was.
they speak the truth.
Oh, for the love of... I had hoped that by accompanying you, we might come to understand one another. But all I have come to understand is that you have a knack for inflaming the natives.
It was funny. Yeah, I kind of feel like I should have.
You've committed the cardinal sin of boring me. And so I retire to the shade.
Oh, he's gonna poof at a really bad time, isn't he?
Good luck.
There! Did you see that one disappear?
I think I preferred La Habrea.
Enough. Runard, report.
Oh, I know that voice.
Master Matoya! We apprehended them as you ordered,
Right.
but are you certain these are Sin Eaters?
The intense light of the ether I saw was unmistakable. If not Sin Eaters, then what?
'Tis passing queer that Y'shtola should mistake us for the enemy, is it not? Mayhap it hath been too long since last she beheld the radiance of thine ether.
Huh.
Master Matoya, hath time truly made strangers of us?
She does
Nay,
have
I
a really
recognize
awesome dress.
you, Urianger, Thancred. And this is Minfilia of the First, of whom you spoke before.
Just so. And knowing as thou must that we come in peace, might I prevail upon thee to have thy comrades lower their arms?
First explain this other presence in your company, the one I know not. There is but one manner of creature in this world whose ether is suffused with such an abundance of light.
She actually doesn't remember.
Mine apologies, Master Matoya, but thou art mistaken. Before thee standeth our dearest comrade, the truest hero among us. Though she is but recently arrived here in the First, not one but 2 Light Wardens have already perished by her most puissant hand.
It cannot be.
It's been too long, clearly.
Master Matoya?
Lower your weapons. Forgive us this hostile welcome. Come. I would give you a proper introduction to Raktika and its people.
Almost forgot that Y'shtola doesn't see, like, with her eyes. After what she went through. You have been busy since arriving in the First, I gather, but I would hear the tale of your travels in a more suitable surroundings. Oh, you didn't realize that for the longest time? Yep. She sees in the ether. With Fort Gon yet to be rebuilt, the Nigh Blessed have made their home in the settlement to the northeast. I will await you at its entrance. Follow the path through the gate, and you will find me soon enough. Yeah. Yeah, she's been blind. That was kind of interesting when you found out, like, how she was actually seeing. Because the old witch lady or whatever that was her teacher said something about her needing to be careful with it because it, like, ages you faster to see the way that she sees or something like that. I guess, like, sucks your life force or something. I don't know exactly how it works. But she said something akin to that. There you are. I was beginning to worry. Much like the Twelves Woods, this forest has a way with dealing with those who stray too far from the beaten path. The actual Master Matoya, yeah. But I disagree. Let me show you the home of the Knights Blessed. Oh, you didn't, yeah. I guess they don't, like, say that. They don't, like, come out and say, oh, she's blind. But the real Master Matoya, when she saw her eyes, is like, oh, the light's gone from your eyes. They're like, that's why they're silver. They've been glazed over. You know? So, they kind of imply it, but they don't explicitly say it. I guess it'd be pretty easy to miss. I didn't really think about it. Because even in that last cutscene, they didn't say, oh, she's blind. You know, they're just kind of alluding to it again.
Slitherbow is the largest of the blessed settlements. They worship no gods, instead revering darkness itself. It is a curious kind of faith, but one which has granted them the strength to persevere in the wake of the flood. I hope you weren't expecting a grand feast by way of welcome. They are a simple people. Now, I would hear of your travels away from prying ears. Come.
Yeah, it is much more explicit at this point. Because then it's pretty easy to realize, oh, she doesn't even recognize the Warrior of Light.
I see. And now you seek the Light Warden of Raktika. In the days after I arrived in the First, I too relied upon the Crystal Exarch for guidance. But his penchant for secrecy and the telling of half-truths soon lost him my trust. And thus did I strike out on my own. My work eventually led me here to the forest, which I have come to know like the back of my hand. I cannot say with certainty where your quarry is hiding, but I am confident I can narrow the search.
Well, go on then.
Some few thousand years ago, this forest stood at the heart of the Empire of Ronka. A great many relics of that civilization can still be found to the east in Ixmaya. Or rather, could be found, were the area not fiercely guarded. Ixmaya, you see, is home to a tribe of warriors whose lineage is said to date back to the time of the Empire. Any attempt to enter their territory is met with lethal force. Needless to say, my every attempt to survey the area has been thwarted.
Mayhap the Warden hideth there, full knowing none may approach it for fear of these protectors.
As for the tablet, I find the timing of its discovery suspiciously convenient. If I did not know better, I would think someone was trying to curry favor with me.
That was my thought too.
Regardless, it will take time to decipher these writings. Yet I would not be at all surprised if they somehow held the key to entering Ixmaya unmolested. The Exarch has a nose for serendipity.
If there is aught I can do to assist thee in unraveling their secrets, thou needst only ask.
Thank you, Urianger. I may well take you up on that offer. While we set to work, might I suggest you take a tour of the city? Should you be in any doubt as to the importance of your role as the Warrior of Darkness, the people here will surely cure you of it.
I must say, Ishtola, while most of us have struggled to come to terms with our altered circumstances, you seem to have adapted rather well.
Lest you forget, Master Matoya and I dedicated our lives to uncovering the truth which hides at the heart of our world. Though separate, the fate of this reflection is nevertheless bound to that of our home. That I would be daunted by such an invaluable opportunity is absurd. But what of you, Thancred? Could it be that you are still struggling to come to terms with the nature of your young companion?
My struggles are none of your concern. Quite why you would speak thus and in this company, I do not know. Perhaps you left more of yourself back in the source than I assumed.
Oh. You said excuse me. I clicked too soon.
He understands that I'm not the same. That I'm not her.
Understands, perhaps, but does not accept. The question being whether he ever will. And whether you will, more importantly. As difficult as your circumstances may be, they are yours, not his. 'Tis you and you alone who bears ultimate responsibility for your life.
Ishtola, blunt as always.
But you need not make any hard choices now. Why not go and get some fresh air, clear your head?
Right. Well, I'm gonna keep these for the Reaper because I am gonna level that up here soon. I think maybe getting it to 74 next should probably be good. Nope, we're already in quest to level 74. I'm probably just gonna have to grind it to like 75 or 76. I am not indifferent to Thancred's troubles. Nevertheless, I will not apologize for holding him to a higher standard after all these years. He has ever been a man of considerable resolve, and that is what I will continue to expect. Yeah, struggle is real. Though it heartens me to know that some of us remain ourselves, in spite of our present circumstances. I can but imagine how Alice and Alphino have changed since arriving here in the first. Change is a part of life. We can but hope it's change for the better. Perhaps you should be concerned with how you have changed. I don't know, she just keeps getting more blunt. More and more blunt, like ever since Stormblood with that, the Savage Burn. I don't know, there's a fine line between being blunt and just being rude. Saying things that don't need to be said. Maybe I'll say that. Be more concerned with how you've changed. I realize I am not as I was in the source, but I cannot say I regret the decisions that allowed me to come this far. Returning to the matter at hand, I really must begin to work on deciphering this tablet. In the meantime, perhaps you should take a look at Slitherbow. Is there anything you need? If there is anything you need, pray speak to Renar in the plaza, or at the plaza. Which still only acquires more and more sass as time passes. Yeah. It's like she just doesn't have time for things. Yeah. Matoya's been rubbing off on her. Yep. Yeah, Matoya, I guess, kind of the same way. Welcome, friend, welcome. My apologies for our less than hospitable greeting earlier. Tell me, what is your name? From where do you hail? From the Crystarium? I see. And this tablet you've brought may help us find the Light Warden here in Raktika. Well, you are welcome to stay with us as long as you need. Come, let me show you around. Would it be alright if I joined you? Of course, of course. Anything for our guests of our dear Master Matoya. Thank you. She means a great deal to the Knights Blessed, doesn't she? If not for her, we may have all perished in the Great Fire. With our priests slain and our home in ruins, we were at the mercy of the Sin Eaters. It was she who drove them back, and with her sage guidance, we were able to rebuild. Before long, she became a central figure in our community, a great oak within whose shadow many have come to find solace. This is not to say that there were not those hesitant to grant an outsider such authority, myself included. Perhaps it is a smile in her eyes when she speaks of the sunless sea. I feel whole again, now that she's with us, and I have no doubt the others feel the same. She is much a part of the Knights Blessed as many of us, and we are grateful for her, or for all she does in service of the dark. But you didn't hear this from me, yes? Now, you should know there are certain customs we ask guests to adhere to, so long as you reside within Slitherbow. To show reverence to the dark? In a word, yes, but fear not. It is not too involved. Let us begin with something simple. Follow me. I'm gonna grab this just to get it gone. All right. Should you see any of our people come to this chamber, they have likely returned from a journey beyond the borders of Raktika. We use the water stored here to cleanse ourselves of the light's impurity. A simple and perhaps peculiar custom, but it is one of our most important. Would you two kneel for just a moment, that I might rid you of the light's impurity? Huh. Okay. Oh. I had caps on. Doesn't like caps for some reason. As Runar light sprays you with the water, your skin begins to tingle. And with that, you have been cleansed of the light's blighted touch. How do you feel? I'm not sure, to be honest. Not refreshed, exactly, but I do feel different. Has this water been treated with in some way? Only blessed by our priests. They are practiced in the arcane arts. As such, it is said that their prayers imbue the water with faint dark energy. A prickling sensation? No one has ever spoken of such reaction before. I wouldn't say it was an unpleasant sensation, but I too felt something strange. The dark aspect of this water should have no discernible effect, unless... By the gods, Master Matoya was right. You are sin eaters. I jest. What you felt is likely no more than a chill of the water. Perhaps now would be a good time for you to acquaint yourselves with the people of Slitherbow. For that, I must teach you a customary greeting. Alan Tuta. In the language of Ronka, it is one of several ways you might say good evening. The world is not safe as it once was, and this greeting lets us quickly discern friend from foe. Is there a handshake or gesture we should know too? I would hate to offend anyone. You need not worry. Merely speak the words Ailen Tuta, and they will know you as a friend of the blessed. I will await your return here. Now go. They are like to be heartened by your knowledge of our ways. All right. Say in chat mode, Alan Tuta, to greet the residents of Slitherbow. Alright. Oh. I accidentally type in Novice Network a lot. It always starts off that way. The elder woman smiles warmly. Ah, a newly come traveler. Alin Cheese, C. GC? Welcome to the Slitherbow. You must forgive us if we seem strangely reserved. We are quite a taciturn people. Silent and serene as the sunless sea, the quiet makes it easy to discern the presence of eaters and the dangers here in the woods. Oh. There we go. LMGC, welcome, friend. I take it you will remain in these woods for some time, yes? Be wary of these woods. You will find poison near everything You will find poison in near everything you see, but fear not. Our medical tea will help keep you healthy. Ask, and it is yours. Alright. Sometimes I think I played too much World of Warcraft on PvP servers. Because I heard that person riding up on their mount or whatever from behind me on the side. And there was like this instinct that I had to like drop chat, talking to the person for the quest, to turn around and immediately start fighting them because I was going to be attacked. I don't know why, but every once in a while I have that happen where I hear somebody running up from behind my character, and I instantly like want to turn around and start fighting him because I'm just assuming it's a horde character. So, I don't know. It's like a PTSD reaction or something, I guess. Everyone was so kind and gracious. I was nervous at first, but already I'm starting to feel at home. There is still much I have to learn about the Knights Blessed, but their faith and strength of will is nothing short of inspiring. I can see now how they've built such a thriving community. Yeah, because I almost always play on PvP servers in World of Warcraft, so... Especially in Classic, people like to open world PvP and just run around and gank people. So you just have to constantly be on guard while you're out in the world doing stuff. Ah, you returned. Very good. No doubt they were glad of your company. It has been too long since we have had visitors. Remember, if you have any questions or there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. Speaking of which, we must arrange food for the and lodgings for your stay. As friends of Master Matoya, we cannot ask for payment, but if you would be willing to lend a hand. I'd rather not. No. It would be my pleasure. We are fortunate indeed to play host to such generous souls. The tasks I have in mind is simple enough. All I ask is that you take a jug of water to the corpse in the square. Corpse in the square. May I help too? Of course, one of you could do the filling, and the other could do the watering. Speak with Irzabel? Yeah, Irzabel maybe? Speak with Irzabel when you have finished. So she will be relieved to hear the corpse has been tended to. What corpse? While you take care of that, I will see you in a room, I will see to you a room and a warm meal. Right then, I'll fill you water. Alright. This was the only jug I could find which was small enough to lift, but I'm afraid there's a crack in the bottom. You'll need to hurry to the garden before all the water leaks out. Take the jug before it leaks out. 45 seconds. Oh no! So, something that's kind of interesting, I did a study while I was in college. With video games and difficulty. I made a really short like test like maze video game. Crops, not corpse. I'm dumb. I made a little video game within Unity, and it was just a really simple maze. There was only one wrong way you could go. So you like started out, you could make a right turn, and it was immediately a dead end. You could make a left turn, and that was to the finish line. Right? Like it was just a T, pretty much. And I had it set up so that if you touched the walls of this maze, and it was really easy to walk through, it gave you plenty of space to walk through. If you touched the walls of the maze, it would kill your character and you'd just get sent back to the beginning and you'd have to restart. So I had around 50 people give it a try, and the average person was finishing it in like 15 seconds-ish, something like that. So what I did is I then added a timer. And I added the timer was a minute long that I added in. And if you ran out of time, it would reset the level and you'd have to start over. Now, after adding the timer, less than half the people were actually able to finish the maze because they would instantly start freaking out. Like, they weren't able to finish it. They were, like, trying to rush through, and they started hitting the edges, and they were, like, trying to cut, you know, the corner and, like, go around tightly, and it's like, the average person was finishing this in, like, 15 seconds. And then after the fact, just adding the timer, changing nothing else, made it almost impossibly difficult for almost half the people that were playing it. And I was getting people that weren't gamers and stuff also, but I thought it was crazy that just putting the timer on it upped the difficulty, even though nothing else changed. Everything else is exactly the same. Was there enough water in the plot? For the plot? Only half, I see. Well, let me refill the jug for you. Yep. They assumed that because the timer was a minute that they were going to have to rush or they wouldn't finish in time. And if they would just, like, calm down and just take their time, they would easily finish well before the timer was up. Because there was a minute on it. They didn't have to rush. They didn't know that, however, but... But yeah, I think that's why people have such difficulty with some stuff in games. It's because it's like it's just a normal task. It's just like a normal task, and as soon as you add a timer to it, it becomes really difficult for some people. Even though the game developer is never gonna, like, especially in like average content, they're never gonna like make it a really tight constraint where you're gonna finish like, you know, the nick of time kind of thing. Yeah, it's never gonna be like a tight finish. You're always gonna have plenty of time to do it. But it freaks people out when they see the timer. Well met, travelers. I observed you earlier speaking with the others. Have you need of something? You watered the crops? Ah, my apologies for not noticing sooner. I have been rather distracted of late. Watering the crops was always Todia's duty, but she's no longer with us. We have since taken to sharing the duty, though never with guests. You are most kind. Is there anything else we can do to help? We could plant something, if you like. There's no need. The plot is small, it is true, but it provides us with enough to survive. We ask for no more. Have fun with the rest of your stream. Oh, yeah, have a good night. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping by. I don't know how you manage. Have the blessed not considered leaving? life would surely be easier almost anywhere else. I can understand why you might say that, but the easiest path is not always the right one. Tell me, do you know of our history, how our faith came to be? Yes, I believe so. The Knights Blessed was initially formed by those who lost their homes in the wake of the flood. What began as an occasional gathering of survivors eventually grew into a community, which ultimately decided to strike out on its own in Rakita Greatwood. I see. You have read your history. But there is history that is told, and one that is lived. Like so many in those times, the first of the Knights Blessed lost everything, their homes, their loved ones, all they held dear. To make matters worse, none could say what became of the souls of those lost in the flood, where their bodies were reborn as sin eaters. The people were without answers, without hope, their gods having drowned along with everything else. It seemed that nothing was beyond the reach of the light. But soon as they realized that where there is light, there must be darkness. And in truth, they found a new faith, a belief that the souls of the departed could yet find peace beyond these burning skies, in the sunless sea above. That is why we pray, for safe passage of the wayward souls unto the blessed black abyss, for the return of the night, and we might someday look upon the kingdom of heaven with our own eyes. We remain in these woods for the selfsame reason our founders first chose them, that we may lead lives of simplicity, with the shade of these trees as a constant reminder of our faith. With so many seeking paradise in Yulmore, it's refreshing to find people who value a humble existence. You are kind to say so. Many consider our way of life foolish, and so it must seem to those who yet cling to the worldly possessions. In times such as these, when everything can be taken away in an instant, it is all too easy to lose the sight of why we fight to go on living. It is not to hold fast material things, but to hold those who went before us in our hearts, to keep alive the legacy they left for us. This we must do for them, our children, and generations yet unborn. To keep their legacy alive. This is a crazy looking mount. Done tending to the crops already? Very good. It should not be long before before your room is ready. Runar. In the woods, sin eaters. I fear they may have the touch. Where? In the grove to the southwest. For mercy, they've yet to wander any closer to Slitherbough. And we have no need to engage. Inform the guard that no one is to set foot outside the village until they've moved on. But sir, what of Todias' heartstone? His heartstone? It must be retrieved before the service. Of all the times for the Sin Eaters to appear. Are you just going to leave them alone? Under normal circumstances, we would not hesitate in striking the beasts down. But if they indeed have the touch, I will not risk them corrupting one of our own. The touch. What was that you said about a stone? A few days passed. Todiah, a child of the Knights Blessed, was slain by the Sin Eaters. We succeeded in retrieving her body, but in our haste, we failed to notice her necklace was gone. Strung to it was a pendant of jade, her heartstone. All the Knights Blessed are given such a stone at birth. It is the most valuable possession we can own. It is custom to present the heartstone of the deceased at their funeral, as an offering to the heavens. But now, what if I could find it for you? I have experience fighting Sin Eaters, and the light's corruption does not touch me like it does others. Master Matoya called you Minfilia, did she not? Are you truly the Minfilia descended from the Ocular Oracle? Even so, I dare not ask you to risk your life for the blessed. I understand how you feel, but I can't stand by knowing that your people are in need, and I can help. Please, let me do this. Very well, but if the danger proves too great, you must retreat. I could never forgive myself if we were forced to hold a second service. I nearly forgot Thancred. I nearly forgot about Thancred. What if he returns before I do? Don't worry, I'll come with you. Thancred doesn't need to know. Yeah. I'm sure we're going with her either way. What? Do you mean to say you'll come with me? Thank you. Let's hurry then, before he returns. Go swiftly, and may the shadows keep you both. Oh, let's see. Oh, I should probably attune here. It's probably a good idea. I didn't attune at the other one. Something I would really like is like an actual like ranger class, or job, I should say. I know there's Bard, but you're using like your instrument and stuff to shoot the bow. I'd really just want like a more like fantasy type archer. I think that would be really cool. I know they'd never put it in the game, but I still think it'd be fun. Alright. Probably get to fight something finally. There, the Sin Eaters. Oh, it's those. Yeah. I was hoping there would be only one, or only be one. Yeah, kind of what I'm thinking is like more of like a traditional fantasy archer. You know, like, because I know the Bard, like, you're doing different, like, playing different songs and stuff for buffs and things like that. I'd want more of like a high damage, selfish character, or selfish class, I guess. Yeah, I think that would be fun. Something that's just more focused around just bows and arrows. There's no way we can search for the stone without dealing with them first. Let's get to it then. Perhaps we should split up. What do you propose we do? Yeah. I'll let Menphilia decide. Fighting them together here would make a lot of noise, which might attract beasts and other eaters. But if we fought them separately and quietly, we might not have to worry about that. Oh, you switched off Bard when you got Heavensward? Yeah. I mean, Bard looks fun at, like, high levels and stuff, but it's like... Yeah, I want more of, like, like I said, just, like, a high damage output, rather than, a support. I don't know how they would make it work, because Bard already kind of fits the niche, like, 70% of the way. But, yeah. Alright then, I'll draw one away while you handle the other. The beginning of Heavensward is when I switched to Monk off of Black Mage. I do kind of regret leveling Black Mage as my first job, though. Ray, there you are. It's done, though I fear I was a bit careless. I'll do better next time, I promise. I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. More importantly, we have to find the Heartstone. They said it was made of jade, right? I'll search over there in the brush. Oh, this is a big search area. Damn. But yeah, I kind of regret leveling Black Mage as my first job just because of the level sync. I've talked about it before, but level sync with Black Mage is actually the worst thing. And I just remember as I was leveling through A Realm Reborn, I'd get new spells and stuff, and then I'd queue up for like Duty Finder, or I'd out-leveled like the MSQ like dungeon that I was needing to do. Cover a brilliant green gem. There's no way I got that lucky. Yeah, Black Mage is really rough at low levels, but it wasn't even that. It's just the level sync. Because like I said, I'd unlock like new spells and stuff, and then I'd be ahead of the MSQ as far as level range goes, and I'd queue up for those dungeons, and everything I was doing was like 10 or 15 levels below me. So every time I got level synced down, it was like, oh, well, I don't get to use the cool stuff. And I was getting more frustrated every time I would do one. I would just get more angry and more frustrated. Yeah, I was really happy to get 60 so I could unlock Dancer and drop Mage entirely, because it was getting to be really, really bad. It was making me not like the game. Did you have any luck? Yup. It's beautiful. This has to be it. You know, Thancred always said that you were a woman of many talents, and I think I am beginning to understand what he meant. I have much to learn if I am to be even half the hero you are. The hero she was. I'm sorry. Forget I said anything. We should hurry back to Slitherbough. Runar and the others are probably worried. But yeah, Black Mage, just because of the way that the class changes every couple levels so much. Like every 10 levels, it's like a totally different rotation, totally different class. Yeah. And then there's really fun iterations of it, and it keeps getting more fun as you get further and further into it. But you're constantly getting level synced away from the fun. Oh, you started leveling Ninja recently? Yeah. I thought about leveling Ninja. But part of the reason why I haven't touched it is the like the mix of chakras and stuff that you have to do, and you have to know all the, like, what each one of the combinations do and stuff like that. It's a lot to learn. Yeah, fun buttons are gone. Yep. And then you find yourself like smashing the buttons in your like normal rotation, and then you're not doing anything, and it's like, wait, why is it not working? And then you realize it's like, oh, I have to do all the boring stuff now. Thank goodness you were safe. I had begun to fear the worst. By all that is dark. You found it. We can proceed with the service as planned. The blessed gems serve not only to protect us in life, but to guide our spirits unto the sunless sea in the hereafter. Even should we be felled by the Sin Eaters, so long as the gem has been recovered, our souls are ensured peace in the dark. Oh yeah, Ninja's like single target forever. Yeah, I haven't played it, but I have heard that people like don't have AoE. Like you get a ninja in a group and it's like the lower level, and people are complaining about low DPS and like the big packs, and the ninja's like, well, I don't have AoE yet. I've had that happen a couple times. Words fail to express my gratitude for this kindness you have done for the blessed. I must insist you and your friends attend Todia's service as honored guests. There is still much we must do to prepare, but please go and inform the others that it will be held in the darker. When you arrive, there should be an attendant present to explain the proceedings. Alright, Minfilia and Thancred, huh? Ray and I learned so much about the Knights Blessed while you were away. And we helped them recover a lost heirloom out in the woods. I know I wasn't supposed to leave, but they really needed our help. There were sin eaters, and as long as she accompanied you, but do try to be more careful. Your injuries could have been a lot worse. How did you? Let's just say a little bird told me, and it's telling me now that Ray has business with us. Is something the matter? They've asked us to attend the service. Of course, we'll go. It's being held in the darker, is it? We'll take care to be late. We'll take care not to be late, I promise. I guess this is the darker over here. Use duty support with NPCs just to get comfortable with the class. Yeah. No, I have never done a duty support, but I hear that they go really, really slow. Like incredibly slow. But I guess that kind of makes sense for the NPCs. I've heard that people like pull a lot of them and like intentionally try to overwhelm the NPCs as well, just for fun. The elder woman hands you a candle. This is a pretty cool looking area. Kind of reminds me of something from Elder Scrolls in a way. Yeah, it gets the job done for sure. You get the faster queues too, because there's really no queue, I would assume.
It seemed only right that we show our faces. May we join you?
Oh, I thought that was the Ascian at first.
Let us begin. I thank you all for coming to pay respects to our fallen daughter of the night. In the light, she was known as Todia, but in the dark, we shall remember her always as Menine. Let us each take a moment to offer her our prayers.
How's it going, Annabelle? Were you watching like double speed or something to catch up? 1.5, gotcha.
We entrust her now to the night's sweet embrace. In darkness will she be free from pain and suffering, now and forevermore. May her soul find peace in the sunless sea of heaven, and in the love we bear for her in our hearts.
That vessel represents the night sky, the sunless sea of heaven.
Call upon you now, O bringer of shadow, to lead this gentle soul onto the sea. We call upon you, O warrior of darkness, to deliver her unto paradise everlasting.
I'm told you assisted in the preparations for the service. On behalf of the Blessed, you have my sincerest thanks. The enduring legend of the Warrior of Darkness owes much to the traditions of these people. And none were more ardent in their faith than Todia. She would have been greatly moved by your presence.
Should like to have met her.
You might not deliver her to the heavens, but if you could deliver the night sky to her people, the real night sky, it would be the next best thing. Their prayers would finally be answered. They could gaze up at the firmament and see their ancestors in every twinkle of the stars. We cannot allow their hopes and dreams to drown in the light. We have to bring back the dark. If we don't, who will? Forgive me, thinking of all those we have lost.
No, it's all right. We will bring back the dark.
Mayhaps sooner than later, in fact. Urianger and I finished deciphering the tablet, and its contents were most illuminating. Let us reconvene in my chambers. We have much to discuss.
Kind of wondering if all the lights in that that vessel back there were other people's stones. That was crazy looking. Oh, but I used 1.5 to catch up. I've done that before. Every time I watch and like sped up, or watch something that's been sped up, it always feels weird going back to normal speed. It feels like everybody's going in slow motion for a couple minutes. It's kind of funny. Good, you are here. Thanks to the Exarch's gift. Our next course of action is now clear. Let's put that there. Let me begin by first explaining the origins of this tablet. I initially believed it might detail the history of the Church of the First Light. Much to my surprise, it dates back to the end of the Ronka Empire, and was likely written under the direction of the reigning ruler. It was a time of strife and unnecessary war with neighboring nations. With each passing day, they yielded more and more territory to their enemies. In their desperation, petitions for aid were sent out to their allies. This was one such petition. And you think the ancient petition will somehow help us find the Yixmaja? Indeed we do. For etched into its tablet is a method by which one may prove themselves an ally of the Ronka Empire. Provided we are able to decipher said instructions, we may enter the ruins protectors to grant us safe passage. The problem, however, is I presently lack the resources to decipher them in their entirety. We have but one resource. There exists a stone monument inscribed with ancient Ronka text and translations into more modern dialect, which came into use after the fall of the Empire. I am confident it will suit our purposes. It's a Rosetta Stone. Where can we find the monument? Here in Sita, quite close to the Slitherbow, in fact. The good news ends there, however, for it is the possession of a rather radical faction of dark worshippers, the children of the everlasting dark. Gonna head out for now. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Good Gizmo. You have a good day. If I am to study the monument, I must infiltrate the encampment. I have no intention of taking longer than absolutely necessary, but I will nevertheless require time to transcribe the text I need. To ensure that I will have enough, I'm afraid I must ask you and Thancred to assist me. And before you even ask, the answer is no. If you were to remain unseen, our group must be as small as possible. Alright, I'll stay here until you return. We won't be long. If anything should happen, you keep her safe. Then let us convene outside, to the west of Slitherbow, where the path diverges. So, how far out are we heading here? Oh, not too far. Okay, before I head out, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be back in just one moment. Okay, I'm back. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, thank you. Alright, the encampment we seek is to the north, but it would be foolish to simply rush in. A guard has been posted at Cleric to keep watch over the children. Perhaps he has ought to share of their recent activity. But we must be careful. We must tread careful. There is a chance we may encounter them along the way. Stay close and stay alert. I would avoid a confrontation if possible. They rejoice in dealing death to others, claiming that in doing so they choose their victims of sin, and usher them unto the sunless sea. I would rather not sully my hands defending myself against such madmen. Oh, where are we headed? Oh. What is this quest even? Oh. Forgot. The Tenzin quest line. Okay, we're headed up there. Oh, that's funny. I was literally just like, I wonder why I haven't seen an ether point yet. I haven't been actively looking for any, but usually I run across them, you know, sooner than later. And I hadn't seen one yet in this zone. last watchman. By the blessed dark. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We would have arrived sooner, but we too had rather an unwelcome visit from the children of dark, or whatever. I actually thought for a second they were talking about kids, but you are an acquaintance of Master Matoya, then. My apologies. The children have been acting strange of late, so I thought I'd take a closer look. I was careless. Strange. What have you seen? At first, there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary, the usual gathering of ingredients and poisons from flora and fauna. But when I took notice of their venomous spiders, they've been breeding them in much greater numbers. It's as if they're preparing for something. Any ideas what? It could be anything, really. If meant to end the blessed, nothing would be too cruel or violent for them. But perhaps we can use their present preoccupation with the spiders to our advantage. If we were to introduce a threat to the nest and keep them, the children would be compelled to save them. Bees, for example, are natural predators of spiders. Set them loose on the nest, and we would have our opportunity to sneak into their encampment. What a mischievous plan. I like it. With a bit of smoke, we should be able to subdue a few colonies long enough to secure their hives. Have you anything we might be able to use? We should have smoke bombs in the outpost just over there. Then it's settled. Grab a few smoke bombs from the outpost and search for beehives. I imagine the bees won't take too kindly to your visit. But once they're knocked out, take the beehive and bring them back here. 2 will suffice, I should think. They're breaking the normal trend. I've said before a couple times, like these quests always seem to do 3s. Like they require you to gather 3 things almost always, but I guess not this time. Got the smoke bombs. Smoke bombs. Did I do it wrong? Use the... Oh, of course. Okay. The music in the zone is really good, but I'm kind of tempted to turn it down. Yeah, no, I mean, it's really good. It's just, it's too much sometimes. Yeah. Chill mode in Mahi. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. It is too much. It's kind of distracting in some situations too. Like you're sitting there like reading the quest and then it just starts screaming Lahi in your ear. Like the music's not bad at all. Even the part with Lahi, but it's just so loud. The guard returned to Slitherbow, but not before offering his thanks. As for the beehives, Thancred and I were successful in acquiring what we need. Did you have... how did you fare? This is more than enough. The children are certain to be displeased. Speaking of Lahi at, like, random times. Let us hurry before the bees begin to stir. Alright. Only because it's asking for it now. Like it was nice and quiet, and then it's just... boom. What's it under? System config. Base game music. Okay. The children's settlement is to the west, a place called Woven Oath. According to the guard, there is an airway apart from the entrance, which leads to the spiders' nests. If these fates are kind, then the way will be clear. It's not going to be clear. It never will be. That's so much junk in my inventory. Pretty far out there. Oh, that's kind of cool. Up there's the airway. Do you see it? A bit far, perhaps, but we should be able to toss a bag in there. Bag through. Though, we should probably loosen the ropes, keeping it closed enough that it falls open when it lands inside. May I do the honors? That should do it. Now we wait. What is that? Bees by the abyss. They're everywhere. Help, someone help. We have to save the spiders. That sounds like our plan is working. Still, it's not quite likely. It is quite likely not all were drawn away from their posts. If you should come to blows with the children, I'll see to it any signs of the struggle are concealed. Failing that, I'll create a distraction to buy Y'shtola more time. Should anyone get past me, it falls to you to guard her. Your concern is appreciated, but I sincerely doubt it will come to that. Why do I get the feeling you enjoy the idea of loafing about, bored in the shadows? Come now, Thancred. The shadows are a fitting place for a warrior of darkness. Now, if you both are ready. This way. Oh. Yep, it's got to be this way. These guys actually do damage. Makes me wonder if I wasn't supposed to fight him. Ah. Oh, we're not far away at all. There we go. I'll just have to pay attention to what I'm doing. Oh, the Chocobo thing? Yeah, I haven't even done the quest for it. And it's, yeah, it is mostly just because I don't like pets in games. I don't like, yeah. Like World of Warcraft, for example, like the only reason I don't play Hunter, because I would love to play Hunter. The only reason I don't play Hunter is because pets. Same with Warlock. Like, Warlock is a lot of fun, but only if I don't have to manage the demons. No, not just controlling them. I just don't like having them with me. Yeah. Oh, it's up here. Got it. Yeah. No, I know, like, people keep telling me I should do the Chocobo thing, and honestly, I should do it just to get rid of the quest, quest marker or whatever, but I just haven't done it. So. And usually, like, as long as I'm paying attention to what I'm doing, things aren't too big of an issue. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm already level 81 on this character, so you know, which way out levels everything. I wanted to be playing my Reaper today, but I got my Reaper to 72, and it's just it was a little low level to get started, so I'm just gonna have to grind some levels off stream or something if I want to keep playing it. Ooh, that was some big damage. But yeah, I was having a lot of fun with the Reaper. Missing or hitting like nothing, yeah. It does make it easier when they're doing no damage to you. It is kind of funny because most of the time, like, the world within the game doesn't feel dangerous at all, so I kind of stop paying attention. And then every once in a while it'll surprise me. The font of seeing suggestions. This is a chamber for prayer. At the very least, they would not place this near the potential distractions for their worshippers. Perhaps the monument is further in. Yes, this is it. It will be but a monument. Keep watch. Be but a moment. Keep watch of the entryway. On second thought, you should would you mind examining the murals on these walls while I look over this? At a glance, I can tell they are old, predating the founding of the Blessed and the Children, in fact. We're not like to come here a second time. 'Twould behoove us to learn all that we can. It's funny because I was kind of looking at him when we came in. Examine the murals and take notes. Oh. The mural appears to be very old. A ruler sits atop a throne, attending their subjects. The mirror appears to be fairly old. A knight shields himself and their comrades from the encroaching darkness. Huh. The central figure considerably faded. The mural appears to be ancient. So I guess they're like different ages, huh? A warrior in the middle stands triumphant over what appears to be a creature of shadow. Other figures surround the warrior, rejoicing in their victory. I wonder if it's paintings of like the warrior of light from this world. What's his name? Ardbert? Except for he wasn't a ruler, I don't think.
These paintings, they seem familiar.
Oh.
Depictions of heroes throughout history. The Age of Gods, the Empire of Ronka, and this. There was a man, a researcher who pored over these pieces. He offered us work when we needed it. Slaying beasts, delivering provisions. A funny old bugger he was. But he had a good heart. He believed this first painting dated back to a time of myth and legends. A tribute to the heroes of a long-forgotten era. The story went that it was rediscovered by an explorer from Ronka, who was so struck by its majesty that a second painting was commissioned, commemorating the heroes of their day. One day you will all be here too, he said. Heroes immortalized forever. Maybe I'll paint you myself? I had a good laugh at that. We were only trying to make our way after all. Being heroes couldn't have been further from our minds. But it seems he actually went and did it.
Oh.
Before
so
or after the flood, I wonder. Rather faded, isn't it, compared to the others? Or did someone try to scrape it off the wall? Well, maybe the man himself once he came to his senses. Do you suppose your deeds will warrant an addition to this collection? Or some other kind of monument?
There you are. I have everything I need. Let us quit this place. Is something the matter? We should go. The others are waiting.
Interesting. But I think the writers have found a new favorite term. Let us quit this place. This is like the third time in the past hour that one of the characters has said it. I believe I now have everything needed to finish this, to finish deciphering the tablet. Tell me, Ray, did the murals appear to be of any significance? Depictions of heroes from the age of gods, the Ronka Empire, and the immediate before the flood. Very astute observation. Perhaps in another lifetime, you could be a curator of antiquities. Though it has no bearing on the task at hand, perhaps that knowledge may prove to be of use in the future. Alright. Let's hurry to the Slitherbow. The others are waiting. After we've returned, the two of you should rest a while. No doubt Runar be eager to have you sample his cooking. As soon as I discover anything important, you will be the first to know. Actually, Ray, the guard told me you left with Master Matoya and to the Woven Oath, and no sooner do you return than she locks herself away in her chambers without so much as a word. Hey Ben, how you doing? She knows how to worry. She knows how I worry when she leaves without telling me, but she's safe. And that is all that matters. You must be hungry after such a journey. Why not have a seat there by the fire? The stew will soon be ready. By the fire, huh? All right. Yeah, thanks. It was pretty fun making it too. There's a lot more work than I expected it to be, but I'm not a character artist or anything like that, so yeah. And I was gonna stream yesterday, but
Strange.
but my motherboard in my PC burned up, and I went down to Micro Center and I was able to replace it pretty quickly. So, got everything back up and running. Like the guys down at Micro Center are insane how good they are. They had it all fixed up in like 3 hours. Yeah, I've never had a motherboard go bad before. Like, it was kind of crazy. So.
The others on patrol should have returned by now. Our food will be overcooked if we wait any longer. We will just have to start without them. Would you call Master Matoya and the others?
I tire of these games, Urianger. Why do you pretend you cannot see it? The blessing may spare her the fate of becoming a Light Warden. But you cannot be blind to the nascent corruption. She is not as she was in the Source. Though I have no proof, I fear that the light which poured forth from the Wardens was not negated at all. I fear it was absorbed, that she has been suffused with their light.
Though I have given thought to this possibility, I dare not speak until more is known.
By the time you deign to enlighten us, it may be too late, if it is not already. Urianger, I know full well, after all these years, that you have only the best of intentions. But that does not make it any easier to put my faith in a man so infatuated with secrecy. I have had my suspicions ever since the Exarch bade you speak that day. But now I must ask. The 8th Umbral Calamity and all that followed. Everything you claim to have seen. Did you?
Help! Someone help! The Ilmorans have come for us! We're under attack!
Morans? Well, so much for dinner. Oh, Jonky Boy. Haven't seen him in a while.
Lord Vorthry, how good it is to see you. How long has it been? Not since your inauguration, unless I'm mistaken. Too long, at any rate. May I say, how humbled I am to be invited not only into your city, but your home. You are as generous as ever.
And you as disingenuous. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. This merry band of dissidents people are calling warriors of darkness, they have slain sin-eaters, and by all accounts the Crystarium is complicit in their villainy. And now I hear reports of your people obstructing my soldiers, so I must ask, what exactly do you think you are doing?
I might ask you the same thing. It should be clear, even to you, that defeating the Light Wardens represents the world's only hope of survival. Even now, the people of Lakeland and Ilmeg rejoice in the return of night. For 100 years, they yearned for a means to fight back against the Sin-Eaters, and at last they have found one. Yet you choose to stand idly by and do nothing. Why?
Why? Because this hope you cling to is nothing more than a fever dream, an exercise in futility. Even should you slay the Sin-Eaters, the world as we know it is beyond salvation. With what little land and resources remain, the people would be free only to starve. Before long, they would turn to violence, then to war, and ultimately usher themselves unto oblivion. They require a firm hand to shepherd them from the edge. The hand of a king, nay, a god. I will see their dreams fulfilled, their wishes granted. I will give them peace, order, and they shall never want for bliss. Men are fickle creatures who entertain vague ideals without the faintest notion what they cost. But a little fear can go a long way towards helping them realize what it is they truly need. Sanctuary. And they shall find none in this world save that which I afford them. That is why the Sin Eaters exist. To unite the world under my dominion.
A paradise fit to grace the 8th Umbral era.
What was that?
A minor epiphany, nothing more. You have always held sway over those around you. Those who defy you must submit or die. What sits before me is the inevitable result of bloated privilege and unchecked power.
Bloated is an understatement.
But man is more resilient than you think. His achievements are not the product of violence and bloodshed, but compassion and understanding. This calamity is but another crisis to be overcome, and we will, once we eliminate the Sin Eaters.
You poor deluded fool. These people care not for the morrow. They care only for the now, and the contentment they lack. What good is a paradise to them if it is 1,000 years in the making, or even 100?
It's there's a saying, plant the seeds of trees that you'll never sleep in the shade of, or something like that. I forget. That your children will sleep in the
You
shade of, something.
underestimate them,
I don't know.
Lord 4-3. They see further than you think. I have beheld it in the blood and sweat and tears of those who would sacrifice everything for a future they may never know, that their children may never know. I have beheld it in the hopes and dreams of those who came before, which we bequeath to those who come after, that they might in turn build upon the foundations laid by our forebears. These are the bonds which hold man and his world together, not your gilded chains, and I will resist your every effort to shackle him.
Ah, yes. That's exactly it, Annabelle.
In summary, you will continue to support the villains hunting my Sin Eaters?
With tremendous enthusiasm, for I have faith in the future they would build.
Why do I even bother? Fools, the lot of you! So naive! So painfully predictable! Did you imagine I did not know your mind? That I would wait until after this meeting to dispatch my forces? Even as we speak, they march to the Sin Eaters' defense. Insurrection will not be tolerated! The people of this world are mine to rule, mine to command. And you are no exception! What? How did he... Insolent swine! I will not stand for this! Do you hear me?
He won't stand for it. I don't think he can stand. Yeah, lol, see ya.
You speak for the Knights Blessed?
I do. I presume that is your doing. If you have come to parley, I must insist that you first return him to us.
You're in no position to make demands. By Lord Vorthry's decree, Raktika now falls under the governance of Yulmore. You will henceforth answer to us.
Is that so? And the children of the Everlasting Dark have acquiesced to this madness?
We have reached an accord, yes. Too many times have the Knights Blessed shunned Yulmore's overtures of friendship. The risk that you harbor hostile intentions has grown too great to ignore. Therefore, his lordship has claimed dominion over this forest and bestowed executive authority upon the children of the Everlasting Dark.
In his wisdom, Lord Vorthry has agreed to recognize ours as the only permissible expression of dark worship. It's one true faith. You and your false creed are a blight on these woods. A foul, unholy corruption that must be cleansed. Little wonder the Warrior of Darkness visits both Lakeland and Ilmeg, yet shuns Raktika. Your perverted teachings hold blessed Shadow at bay.
You have accepted the yoke of Yulmore to spite us, then? Fools. Darkness will never return to these skies while they hold sway.
Those of you minded to obey his lordship are to make for Woven Oath with all haste. We will leave you, that you may have time to prepare.
Woven Oath? Are you suggesting we abandon our fate to join those zealots?
What has your faith afforded you thus far? Nothing! We will guide you along the righteous path.
And should we refuse?
Anyone found here upon our return will be considered a traitor to Yulmore, and dealt with as such.
We will discuss these developments after I have tended to our casualty.
That was quite the cutscene. There's a lot going on there. Yeah. The guard hath been afflicted by the most terrible of and efficacious of poison. We have attended all manner of healing incantations. Alas, his condition remains unchanged. At present, we can but slow the poison's advance. I pray it will afford us sufficient time to find a cure. Right. How fareth the young guard? The poison spread throughout his system long before he was brought here. At present, there is naught we can do but try to ease his pain. Yeah, no, it really did take a big jump. I noticed it like in the post Stormblood stuff even. Like it started to get better, and then right towards the end of Stormblood, it like just was amazing compared to the rest of it. So, do not blame yourselves, my friends. All that can be done has been done. Even had we reached him sooner, it would have made little difference. The children employ countless poisons. Finding a suitable antidote is nigh impossible task. What of the rest of the blessed? How have they taken the news of Yulmore's generous proposition? With anger and dismay, we cannot hope to oppose both them and the children. I considered a convocation of all knights blessed that we might consider their ultimatum, but I know how they will answer. Master Matoya, I'm truly sorry. We cannot abandon our faith. No, I haven't finished Hildebrand yet, but I do want to. I was thinking about saving it for stream. Either that or I'll have to record the whole thing and chop it up and post it like I did the other one. It was a lot of fun, though. I did like it. Fun fact, the dev team has changed leadership with Shadowbringers. Basically, half the team got promoted, while previous leads started working on... Oh. So they're working... the main team is working on 16 now? Oh, it happened... Okay, so that's why it was a pretty blatant change then. Okay. That makes sense. But there is no reason for the suffer of our decision, or for you to suffer for our decision. Your work is not yet done, but you still have time to flee. Flee? I am not wont to run for my troubles. In fact, with Ray's arrival, I am minded to take the offensive. The Yulmoren's presence here plainly stems from the desire to protect the Light Warden. I say, we seek it out and slay the creature before they return. Were darkness to fall over Ratika, they would have no cause to remain. All of which is rather easier said than done, unless, of course, you've finally deciphered the tablet. I have, as a matter of fact, and with it we can prepare everything we need to enter Yixmaja. What say you all? We will need to act quickly, but I believe it can be done. We cannot deny our fate, but, of course, lieth before us. For the Knights Blessed. Good. I leave the blessed in your capable hands, Runar. Very well. I see there is no changing your mind. By all that is dark, I swear to keep the blessed safe. According to the tablet, we will first need to obtain a seal used to identify the allies of Ronka in times past. One such seal will be waiting for us in a complex underwater ruin not far from here. For this, you have some experience with subaquatic excursions, do you not? Then, this should prove a simple task for you. The ruins we seek are at the bottom of the lake, Tusi Mekta. While you see to that, Minfilia and I will remain here to help the shore up Slitherbao's defenses. Your aid will be greatly appreciated. Alright. I didn't know that the Heavensward team is the one that was working on 16. That's actually really cool. I'm really looking forward to 16. I haven't played any other Final Fantasy game at all. This is the first and only one that I've ever played. And I think 16 will be a good one to start out with, other than this one. Or for a second one. I've had a bunch of people tell me that I should play 10 first, but I think with 16 coming out and me playing 14 currently, that'll probably be a good one. So. Devil May Cry 5. Okay. That's pretty impressive. I've watched a lot of people play Devil May Cry 5, but I've never actually played it myself. Most of the games that I've played over the years have just been MMOs. I do play other games, obviously. Like, I played a lot of FPS also. I played... I think this is similar combat. The... what's the name of it? Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. That game, the swordplay in that was amazing. And I loved that game. So, yeah, 16 and everything I've seen about it, it's looking like it's going to be good. There you are, ready for a swim? The seal we seek should be stored in the chamber somewhere inside the ruins beneath the lake. However, the entrance is seemingly protected by a subtle locking mechanism rooted in the symbolism of Ronka culture. The Ronkans sought to live in harmony with nature and considered certain animals to be sacred. Foremost in their pantheon was the snake, portrayed as the protector of the wood and arbiter of life and death. Below it were 4 others, each equal in rank: the Corel, the Colibri, the Opo Opo, and the Wolf. Characterized as bringers of liberty, words, enlightenment, and harmony, respectively. To open the chamber containing the seal, the tablets states that one must pay due deference to 3 of these beasts by placing one's palm on the monument wrought in their image. Oh, this is going to be really involved. I'm going to have to go all over the place, I think. And that is, this must be done in a specific sequence. If my interpretation is correct, the order can be discerned from the 3 commandments which follow. Give praise unto the snake. By its strength do our lands prosper. Be as the Opo Opo, rival thy kin. As all parts seek betterment, so too does the whole. Be as the wolf, move as one. Peace comes to all who seek harmony with their kin. The tablet says, not of the placement, size, or appearance of the monument. Alas, hopefully, all will become clear once we reach the bottom of the lake. Go safely. The Heavensward team had more experience on single-player games than MMOs. Yeah. I can imagine. Like, I kind of... Like, when you think about it, I kind of get the sense that they were more, more single-player game, like, creators. When you look at, like, when you just look at Final Fantasy XIV, you know, it seems like they'd be more into single-player games. Because it's like a single-player game that you play alongside other people. Which, in my opinion, makes it better. That's really what I like about MMOs in general, is just being able to play around other people. Gives the game a little bit of like that spirit of competition, which keeps me playing the game more. Because like I really liked Cyberpunk 2077, for example. I had a lot of fun with that game, even though I know a lot of people like had issues with bugs and stuff like that. I had almost no bugs in my game. You find a statue of a snake. Place your palm. Find the statue of Ronka. But yeah, I had a lot of fun playing Cyberpunk 2077, for example. I played the whole game like 2 or 3 times. But at some point, you know, you're playing by yourself, and you just like fall away from it. It's not something that you can continuously play. Yeah, there were a lot of technical complaints and stuff like that, and a lot of it was issues that would just be solved by playing the game the way you were supposed to play it. And what I mean by that is there's a way, like, in the game, you get multiple cars and you can just kind of call your cars instead of going, like, to a physical place to check, you know, pick up the car. And I remember this guy made a video. Was it Coral? No, it wasn't Coral. It was Oppo Oppo that was next, I think. This guy made a video talking about how it was really stupid that they couldn't figure out how to make it so that the cars didn't spawn inside of each other. And what he was doing is he was summoning one of the cars, and then immediately, like as soon as he would do that, he'd summon another one, and he would do it like within the same frame almost, so that they would summon inside of each other and they would instantly explode. And he was saying that it was a bug with the game, and I'm like, yeah, it's a bug, but nobody ever does that. Like, if you're playing the game, you're not going to intentionally do that, or do that a lot. Maybe you'll do it accidentally once or twice, but it's not something that I would consider a bug. So, there are some legitimate bugs in the game, but a lot of it is like the making of players that were just trying to jump on the bandwagon of trying to find an issue with the game. But the story, like I was saying, the story was really great. It was a lot of fun. It's definitely worth funny. It is kind of funny, yeah. It was funny to see, but he was like making a big deal about it and like enraged that they would dare put a game out that could do something like that. And it's like, okay. I forget who the creator was. I didn't watch the whole video. I was just like, this is ridiculous. But yeah, the story was absolutely amazing. It's one of the best single-player stories I've ever played through. Like, just flat out, hands down, amazing story. It's definitely worth playing. Even if there's some bugs in it, it's definitely worth playing for the story. But with single-player games like that, like once you finish the story, it's like, okay, well, now what do I do? So I ended up like 100%ing or getting close to 100%ing the map and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, well, now what do I do? There's no one to play with. There's no renewable content or anything. So it's like, I guess I can make another character and play through as a different build. So I did that. And eventually it's just like, well, there's just really nothing left here. Whereas with the game like Final Fantasy, they could put out very little content, and then players will eventually be like, well, there's no content, so we're going to make our own. And they'll start doing things like having duel tournaments, and like World of Warcraft, for example. If there's no content, they'll have like their own community held tournaments. And classic WoW is doing this thing with like hardcore leveling and stuff like that. There was a tournament with like a $5,000 prize, and it's like, well, there's no content, new content in classic WoW, but the players are constantly making new content where they can have fun and interact with each other. But you don't really get that in solo games a lot. You met the producer for Cyberpunk? That's incredible. I recall he was stressed out and exhausted. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. No, like, some of the stuff that the companies do and stuff like that is just ridiculous with the game devs. Hunt trains were created by the fans. Oh, it's down, of course. Yeah, I can't imagine like how tiring that would be. Like, you're meeting so many people, you're going from convention to convention, shaking hands of like thousands of people, answering the same questions to like 100 different journalists at each one. Like you'd burn out so fast. You know, and then the one time that you give like a snarky answer or you're short with somebody is the time that gets published and everybody gets upset at you. Clubbing is 100. Yeah, clubbing and housing, that's 100% player driven. Yep. Like, if there's no new content, I can imagine there's a lot of people that go to clubs all the time. Even if they're not like RPers, they just go there and chill out and hang with people. It's one of the things in Final Fantasy that I'm just like, I see it and it blows my mind that it actually exists. Because you have streams, like live streams on Twitch. Like half of the Final Fantasy live streams are different clubs where people are DJing. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've always been into RP. RP's awesome. So. Never really did RP in WoW, but GTA Online, like, that's fun. That's amazing to RP, and then there's some really good Conan servers that do similar things to the GTA RP. Did you find it? I did. Oh, got it past Australian censorship? Australia's really weird with censorship. It's kind of funny. That'd be an interesting conversation to have, too. Oh, yeah, you said Melbourne. Melbourne is in Australia. This medallion, it bears the owl insignia of the Empire. There can be no doubt this is a seal of Ronka. Well done, Ray. We can begin our preparation to enter Yungsmaja in earnest. Let's see here. Put this there. I'm gonna have a whole set of gear for my Reaper here soon. Bearing the seal, it should be possible to enter Yungsmaja unmolested by its guardians. I will go ahead to Slitherbow, and inform the others. When you have recovered from your exertions, meet with us under the caravan leading east out of the village. Okay. Wasn't from the R rating. wouldn't have been able to be included. Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. Do they have... Is the rating system in Australia different? I know that they're really weirdly stingy about stuff in Australia. It's weird because it's like you have a lot of like the progressive values and stuff like that in Australia, and then you have the super conservative values for video games for some reason or another. It's like a weird mix. I know some game devs that they take pride in getting their games banned in Australia. WoW's always been underground or RP's been underground for the past 19 years. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is in WoW. I think it's mostly just because the community of World of Warcraft is, I guess the best way to put it is just extremely toxic to stuff like that. For some reason, it's like there's a very elitist community, and even if you're not, even like the most casual player will like talk about like min-maxing and all this other stuff, and it's like, dude, you just do Raid Finder. You don't need to min-max anything. You should just play however you want. But you know, they'll watch like guides and stuff like that, and they'll try to perfect their character, and it's just it's a very different situation than Final Fantasy is, and it just, I think it breeds a community that's not accepting of like roleplay and stuff. That, and then you have when people do talk about roleplay in WoW, they talk about Moonguard, and I'm forgetting the name of the tavern, Lion's Pride Inn, which is basically just Ul'dah, but yeah, it's the sticky place. It's kind of funny. I have a friend who would give like ERP like lap dances and stuff and make money, and that's how he paid for raiding. It's weird. It gets weird in WoW. I think that's probably why it's not as accepted, because it's not as like I don't even know how to put it. It's weirder in WoW for some reason. But anyways, good you're here. Runar opened the gate for us, but moments ago. Beyond lies the Yanks Maja, and presumably the Light Warden. It did not take long for the woods protectors to find me when I last came here, and I expect them to fall upon us just as quickly this time. Though we carry the seal, that is no reason for us to let down our guard. Now, let's seek out the Warden and put an end to the reign of these woods. Yeah, it does have Nemesis, so you meet the RPers early on. And then, like on my server, I'm on Balmung. At some point here, I'll return home to Ul'dah, and you'll see. It's really funny. The whole city is just filled with people looking for RP. Like, everybody talks about Limsa being the degen place. It's really Ul'dah. Like, if you can, what is it, the data center travel or whatever, over to Balmung, just go to Ul'dah and have a look around. The whole city is packed with people. RPing, AFKing, looking for ERP, yeah. So... Victorian and Western Australia are progressive, while Tasmania and the Southern Australia are very conservative. And the rest is a mix of the two. Okay, yeah, it seems kind of like pretty much any other country, really. Then, you know, you have pockets of places that are one or the other, and then most of the rest of the country is mixed. You know, it's kind of like the States, like you have the East and the West Coast, where it's really progressive, and then you have the South that's, you know, really conservative, and then the middle of the country is kind of mixed pretty evenly, for the most part. Pretend to ERP to troll. Yeah. You have in-game characters on Oceanic, North America, and Japan. So you can travel anywhere. That's pretty cool. Too bad for you, yeah. Yeah. I guess my only like, I understand that people don't really RP in or it's underground in WoW. Oh shit.
It would seem we have found them.
I'll finish my thought after this.
You trespass upon sacred ground! Begone!
Oh, it's the bunny rabbits that have the heels on. Yeah, the Bun Squad.
Wait! We did not come to! Stop! We mean you no harm.
Sister, is that...
We are allies of the Empire of Ronka. As is customary, we come bearing the seal of the Emperor.
It appears to be genuine. Then perhaps there is yet hope.
Perhaps. We acknowledge your seal, but we must be certain of its authenticity. Follow the azure flowers to our village. There we will judge if you are friend or foe.
Try not to stray from the path. All right?
Follow the flowers. Would it kill them to escort us? But if it affords us an opportunity to investigate Ixmaya, fine.
Yeah, yeah, I guess that makes sense if the Japanese are... If it's made for Japanese players and it's more, like, for investing yourself in your character and, like, being your character. Which is pretty cool. Like, that's a really cool way to design the game. And when you think about it, it'd be nice if more games were designed that way. Because it makes the game more immersive. You know, not just for our role players and stuff, but just in general. Ah, VR chat. I do like VR chat. Yeah, I guess like my only concern would, and I don't know, I guess it's not really like a I don't know. It's like it's not even something that you really think about, but it's like the Lalas with the RP and ERP and stuff. Like that stuff really like it kind of creeps me out to even think about it. So, I was gonna say that before the cutscene, and I forget where I was gonna go with that. I had something. Yeah, it was going somewhere. I just don't remember where I was gonna go with it. Same as the case with Japanese MMOs, like Fantasy Star Online. I've looked at Fantasy Star Online. I've never actually played it though. But I do like the idea of like making the game immersive and making it feel like you can be one with your character and be your character. I would have the seal that he may confirm its authenticity. Straight to the point, I see. Very well. There's no mistaking the crest of the royal family. It is of proper size, and its weight is plain. Its weight is plain. It's made from gold. The seal is indeed genuine. For 3,000 years, we have waited for this moment. And now, you are finally here. I bid you welcome, allies of Ronka. I am Almet, chieftain of the Fanao. Fanao? I'm gonna have to hear them say that word out loud to know how to say it. Yuimet, her younger sister. Seamet, a pleasure. We were beginning to lose hope that you would ever come. I beg your pardon? These are troubled times for my people, though I cannot imagine what has compelled you to venture into our woods. You must be tired after your journey. Come, take your ease. If you'd like, I will show you about the village, though I must warn you, it is a long way down to the forest floor. So do watch your step. Nope, okay. This way. What's your name? Ray? And this is a common name nowadays? How times change. But I disagree. But I digress. Come, and be sure to watch your step. I don't know if they'll, like, talk about it, but I did read somewhere, that people were talking about the lifespan of races and stuff like that, and that Mikote have like the shortest lifespan. It was something like 60 years, and that the Viera, the bunnies, have the longest lifespan. And I'm just kind of wondering, because they said they were waiting for 3,000 years, if we're gonna get an idea of what that is. As bearers of the seal, you have the right to know what became of the Empire and the people's purpose here. We are descendants of the palace guards which served under the last emperor, and to this day, we carry on the duty of the forebears. Finally, the final decree of his eminence before Ronka's fall. By the wisdom of our people, was Ronka made to thrive. Such knowledge must never be forgotten, nor may it be suffered to fall into the hands of the wicked. Keep it secret, keep it safe, and look to coming of our allies. Unto them you shall bequeath our all, and thus Ronka lives on. By his command, we have remained in Roktika, Greatwood, guardians of Ronka's ruins, and wisdom held within. I hope thou wilt not think the questions impertinent, but did thy people's famed longevity perchance play a part in the Emperor's decision to entrust this mission unto thee and thine? That was one reason, yes. We, viz., would easily live to see 3 or even 11 lifetimes. Oh, okay, I guess they do kind of talk about it. We were also the fiercest fighters, and there are none more fit than us to stand watch over the remains of Ronka. But our duty has grown even more perilous in the wake of the flood. Settlements such as this one were plentiful before the light claimed dominion over the land, but now, for now, is all that remains. Our numbers dwindle year by year. Before long, there will be no one left to honor the Emperor's wishes. And you believe we are allies with whom you have waited. You have the seal, do you not? After 3 millennia of waiting, that alone is nothing short of a miracle. Truth be told, I had begun to think you would never come. Sister, we are glad of your presence here in the Greatwood. The wisdom of Ronka is yours, should you wish it. You need only ask. You come in search of the Light Warden? My apologies, but I do not know where it makes its lair. Yuimet, do you recall any sightings of this creature? Not these past 30 summers. 30? But that would mean, how old are you exactly? Young enough to remember. With age comes knowledge. There may yet be one among us who has heard of the ambitions you seek. Abomination you speak. We have leave to speak with the other Viz, then. But of course. Then we should split up and inquire individually. If someone knows something I would hear it while there is yet time to act. We are at the longest life. Lala might be the shortest. Yeah, I don't know. I heard that the Makote are the shortest. Or have the shortest. The shortest confirmed, at least. I don't know if Lala even have like a confirmed lifespan. But I'm not 100% sure. It was just like a random like YouTube comment that I saw in a video. I forget what it was about. Is it underneath? Speak with the resident. Huh. Oh. Wow. Okay. You're just gonna hide it from me like that. It was not my intention to pry, but your voice carries far. I know what it is you would ask me. Unfortunately, the answer is no. I have not seen the Light Warden. I patrol the ruins perimeter regularly, and if it were hiding nearby, I would know about it. We know where it's not now. Yeah, there's probably info somewhere. That's one of the things that I've really come to like about the Final Fantasies. It feels like they've thought of everything with 14. It's like if you have a question about something, you can just Google it and there's an answer. Lore-wise, that is. An outsider. But how? By the gods, allies of the Empire, my sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. It was the Warden you wished to know about, yes? My mother, may she rest in peace, told me once of its appearance in these woods. Before settling here in Fanau, she lived in a village near Rakatika Falls, until it was destroyed by the Sin Eaters. While out on patrol one day, she spotted a swarm of abominations, one of which was different from the rest. It was larger, for one thing, but what struck her was the way its fellows seemed to revere it. She was convinced that she had seen the Light Warden. Your exchange with Caroline has taught you something about the Light Warden. Okay. It's up. Very few retcons in the lore. Yeah. It does seem like to be very consistent all the way through. I haven't noticed any like inconsistencies and stuff like that at all. The Light Warden? No, I have not seen it. But I have witnessed its horrors of the Lesser Eaters. How they are wont to hunt in packs and carry off their victims rather than consuming them on the spot. I don't know if it'd be more horrible to watch them eat something than it would be to have it be carried off. I suspect the Warden is a grotesque, corpulent thing, waiting patiently for its minions to bring its next meal. That would be why they're not eating it on the spot, or eating people on the spot. I would think that'd be more horrifying, though, than seeing somebody get carried off, is to watch them be eaten in front of you. You know, or to see what happened to Tesleen happen. The only major one you know about is tied to Shadowbringers based. On what Anonymous said, Lorebook editor. 1.0 lore, the Calamity was impossible. Based on 1.0 lore, the Calamity was impossible? I didn't. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Polarities and not elements. You search for the Light Warden? I cannot say I have ever laid eyes on it. Our duty is to protect the ruins, nothing more. We have no need to strike out in search of such a foe. Yeah, I mean, you can't keep everything perfect. You know, sometimes you have to retcon things or change things to make it work with like a current story. A good example of ruining it, though, would be Shadowlands from World of Warcraft. They ruined basically the coolest character in the whole game with Sylvanas. Although they started ruining that character in BFA also. It was like, I don't know how many years those 2 expansions were out, like, say 5 years. It was basically just 5 years of destroying the best character in the lore. I don't know how they could possibly think it was a good idea, what they were doing. I pray the others were able to provide what I could not. Oh, they didn't have an overall goal until Shadowbringers? That's kind of crazy. I guess that's kind of why Stormblood almost, it feels like an intermission in the story in a way, but it's a really good, like, story in its own. Near Raktika Falls. Why? Why was I not told of this? I think I see now why it has never been spotted on our patrols. I have never heard of Raktika Falls. I can but assume it lies deep within the woods of Yxmaja. Just so, but the tunnel which leads to the there collapsed after a rather bloody battle with the Eaters, and has not been passable for many years. We made several attempts to clear away the rubble, yet each time we're driven back. In the end, we were forced to give up as lost, thereby making it a suitable place for the Warden to take sanctuary. There is perhaps another way to enter, though it would be great peril to you and your companions. The Kitanya Ravel, a temple to the northeast. It has been sealed for centuries, but within the path that leads to the falls. Can it be opened? For the allies of Ronka, it can. First, we must go to Kumal Astropolis. Once the flow of magic is restored, there the path through Kitan Ravel can be opened. This may sound a simple task, but there is a certain obstacle which prevents us from attempting to ourselves, and we know not how to overcome them. The Emperor never granted the forebears leave to look upon the secrets we are charged to protect, or we are charged with protecting, that we might not be tempted. The means to do so were withheld from us. We can but show you the way. The rest will be up to you. It would seem we have our work cut out for us, then, shall we? Do you have to ask? We've no time to waste. Yeah. Let us be about it, then. If that is your wish, it is my duty to escort you. While we attend to matters of the Kumal Astropolis, I would ask you and your sister to accompany Urianger and Thancred, and share with them all they can of these woods. While we have every intention of investigating Raktika Falls, 'tis yet possible the Light Warden dwells elsewhere. With that in mind, it would behoove us to prepare an alternative course of action. Uimet, Siamet, I leave them to you. Yes, sister. Should our present course prove false, doubt not, but that Thancred and I shall find any and all possible paths forward. All right. You saw Arthas become a nightlight. Yeah. What would you seek? What would you seek lies in the heart of Kumal Astropolis. Unfortunately, it too was sealed, shut by the order of the Eminence. If we are to open it, we must first look to the morning stars. Come, I will show you the way. Yeah. No, Sylvanas, her character and the story behind her character was just really, really cool. She was I believe a blood elf, right? Or she was an elf, either way. And she was killed by Arthas, you know, fighting for her homeland, and stabbed by Frostmourne, and it sucks their soul out or whatever. And like her whole life was based on like revenge after that point. And in Wrath of the Lich King, you know, when you kill Arthas, she essentially got her revenge, and you know, for anybody who doesn't care, obviously, like WoW spoilers, I guess, but she throws herself off the top of Icecrown Citadel and tries to commit suicide, and as she's killing herself, these Valkyrie come down and save her, and it's like, no, like, you have, you know, much left yet to do and stuff like that, and that's why she's still alive after you kill Arthas. But I don't know, like, her whole story up to Battle for Azeroth was just really cool. I guess even in Legion it was started to get ruined because they... Oh, I just skipped that. Was it under events? You were able to keep up. I see. Well done. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. She had a really cool story, and they started ruining it in Legion a little bit, all the way through Shadowlands. But ahead lie the Morning Star, 4 monuments built on a tribute of guardians of Rakatika. Beyond them is the Great Pyramid of Uxner, where the flow of magic must be restored. It is said that the monuments are themselves the keys to opening the pyramid, though I know not how. That is for you to discover. Another puzzle. Wonderful. I would have a closer look. Yeah. Because they changed her meaning for existence from being revenge for, you know, the death of her sister and basically the destruction of her home to the reproduction of the undead and stuff. And then she went crazy with power trying to make that happen. And yeah, I don't know. It was just bad. There's too much to go over, really. Yeah, it is indeed another puzzle, but for the blessing, it appears to be similar to the one we encountered at the lake. You had not been? These statues are all depictions of the divine beasts mentioned on the tablet. No doubt they will open the way unto the pyramid in like manner. We have to discern the correct order. Let's split up and search the area for clues. There's ruins. These ruins are covered in ancient inscriptions. The answer may be well hiding amongst them. Indeed, it may be best to transcribe them if they are numerous, as you say. Better that than risk overlooking something. Though transcription would prove impractical for you, not being versed in Ronkan script, no matter. You will employ a different approach. Impressions. Here. I had thought to use these clay tablets to record the significant imagery we discovered, but they will serve you just as well. Take impressions of any inscriptions you find. We will start at the base of the pyramids. You begin at the top. When you have finished, return here and I will translate your findings. Alright. Guess you can't just run up these now. Lots of jumping. I need to start unlocking flying in some of these zones. I know, like, this one I probably can't have it unlocked at this point, but I think I've only unlocked it in one zone. Nope, I haven't unlocked it in any of them yet. I need to get working. All right. 2 down. Sprint. I wonder what that egg is for. Or if it's just to look cool. All right. I trust you've made good use of those clay tablets. Yup. Well done. A moment while I decipher what you found. I'm really starting to understand why the Lahi thing was such a big meme as I was coming into this zone. It just never stops. Apologies for the delay. Nothing we say based on the pyramids gave a hint of a solution to the puzzle, focusing instead on how you proceed to solve it. Your findings, on the other hand, appear to form a riddle. Once assembled, it reads as follows. Come together, share, despair. Go thy ways, dread burdens bear. Make the crown, heed its call. Avert thy gaze, forever fall. I had assumed the puzzle would involve a sequence, but from what all met and Allmet's person. Allmet and I were able to gather. It is but a matter of suffusing one of the statues with ether. Okay. The question being, which one? Have you any thoughts? Yeah. If you use the compass near the quests, you're likely to find them along the way. Oh, the Aether locations? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. This compass. Yeah. No, I just haven't been focusing on it as I've been going through. I've been like less focused on picking them up than normally I would be. I just need to take some time, maybe like off stream, and just go finish them all. Given your talent finding the solutions to vexatious problems, I think best that you choose the statue. What do you say? What say you, Ray? Okay. Right then, after you have selected the statue, I will imbue the required ether. Should it prove to be a trap, I am more than capable of warding off any malign magics it may contain. Now, which statue will it be? Oh. I actually have no idea based on the riddle. I'm gonna say the owl, but I have a feeling that's wrong. But I'm gonna say it anyways. All right, I pray this works. The Aether has been absorbed. You really do have a talent for these things. I didn't even pick owl based on the riddle. I picked owl because that's what was on the talisman. The way should be clear now. Come, let us. Someone approaches. Sister. Seemit? What are you doing here? What has happened? Yulmorian soldiers, they've entered Yixmaja? Yulmorian soldiers? And what of the blessed? Nothing specific, but it seems the Yulmorians had little interest in Slitherbow or its people. According to our scouts, their general and his men made all haste to the gate of Yixmaja upon finding it. Together with Thancred, Yuimet and some others have engaged them at the border. You are returned to assist you are to return to assist Yuimet at once. They are not to set foot near the ruins of Fanau. We will see to matters here and return quickly as we can. Understood? Yes, sister, be careful. Though I knew times were short, I did not expect the Yulmorans to move so swiftly. But we have come too far to turn back now. Alright, let's see here. Time is against us, friend. Quickly, into the pyramid. Luck 100, yeah. The source of inspiration for the development of Shadowbringers. I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think Ben hopped out. It is really cool how they changed or made light the whole reason for the calamity or whatever that's going on in this world. Because it's like the exact opposite of what you would normally expect. Because people always say that good or light only exists where there's dark, but if there's nothing but light, then everything may as well be dark anyways. It's, you know, a yin and yang type thing. Too much of a good thing is a bad thing, you know, in a sense. There's a lot of symbolism in, you know, throughout the whole story. Just like Path of Exiles. Yeah, I never played a whole lot of Path of Exiles. I've tried playing it a couple times, but I always get to a point where I have no idea what I'm doing with that talent tree, and I just the build that I put together ends up not being very good, so I just quit. Even though what I'm doing seems fun, it just ends up not working in the end. The switch should be just through the doors. In the confessional of Tapasa, the Elder. But why is it not open? Magic appears to be flowing through the walls, but it's being obstructed as it approaches the door. Is it not strange that only one of these pedestals bears an owl statue? Oh. So there's another one we have to light up. It's just another elemental force. Yeah. Strange indeed. The second statue was likely hidden to keep the door sealed. We can cover more ground if we split up. Almet, take the chamber to the south. Ray, take the one to the east. I will search the chamber to the west. Yeah, it is kind of weird to think of light as an element, but I guess it kind of is. It would make sense. I guess that's why you're saying like the 1.0 wouldn't make sense for a calamity based on Shadowbringers, and they had to kind of do a small retcon because of that. Those are the weirdest looking... Wow. here we are. I've looked everywhere, and wait, is that? The statue, you found it. It looks light. It looks light enough. We need not return to the altar. We need but return it to the altar. No? One might assume so, but nothing in these ruins has ever been quite so simple. I sensed a strange energy emanating from the eyes of the statue in the corridors of the palace. Should this figure be moved, it would not surprise me for them to suddenly stir to life. Oh, the statues would come alive? The big ones, probably. They trapped then. For the unsuspecting as they attempt to return it to its rightful place. Precisely. Caution would serve us well here. Which is why I would ask you to deliver the statue to the main chamber. An abundance of magic yet courses through these walls, for my eyes distractingly so. I believe yours, on the other hand, would more aptly perceive the traps for what they are. All right then. We will meet you at the door confessional of Topasa, the elder. Deliver the owl statue to the entrance of the confessional. You will have 2 minutes to complete the task. You should. Okay. Be wary of attacks. Okay. All right. Actually, ironically, the source of the light. Ironically, the source of light and worship for Path of Exiles is source for cleansing purity, or a source of Path of Exiles isn't a force for good. It's actually a eldritch horror called Searing Exarch. Oh. Except more fire. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't really play a whole lot of Path of Exiles, but I am looking forward to playing the new one whenever that comes out. I don't think it's out yet, is it? They'd probably want to keep the release date far away from Diablo 4, I would assume. Unless Blizzard just doesn't let them do it and they just release it like that on purpose. The statue is returned, but was that enough? I believe it was. I can see ether flowing through the door now. Oh, the end of the year? Okay. Yeah, I've seen some of the stuff they've been putting out about it. And it looks really good. It looks like it's going to be a fun game. Especially the updates and stuff they did to combat. Oh, they haven't announced the exact release date? Yeah. No, I get that. It's never smart to be like, we're releasing this day, because you never know if it's actually going to be ready. You shouldn't announce like a release date until you know for a fact that it's going to be ready, or it is ready. I pray this means the end of the tricks and traps in these ruins. Well done. Oh, they have a fan convention? That's pretty cool. I like how a lot of studios are doing their own conventions and stuff now, where people of just that game can go see just that company. It's a lot more like, I guess, intimate is a good way to put it. Auckland. I'm not 100% sure where Auckland is. I've heard the name before, though. You are but one step from entering the Kita Revolve, but I must warn you, this last step is without question the most perilous. Overcome the final trials, and the path forward will be open to you. The path laden with more puzzles, traps, I'm sure. Did the Emperor always take such pleasure in wasting time of his allies? Y'shtola always with the blunt jokes. Like, she's getting so snarky. Let us end this, Ray, while time yet is on our side. Oh, it's in New Zealand. Okay. Is the company based in New Zealand? I had no idea. That's really cool. Okay. I didn't know they were a New Zealand company at all. I've never really looked into them anyways, but yeah. Before we enter, I would tell you of the trial that awaits you. The chamber is said to be filled with all manner of devices to keep trespassers away from the switch. The most potent being wards of displacement. They may very well force you into danger. Should we become separated, please use these. Whisper weeds. They will allow us to communicate no matter where we may find ourselves. I think Ray and I can work out how to use these well enough. Thank you. All right, Ray. The sooner we finish here, the sooner we can return to the others. Yeah. Oh, they don't really go to Australia and stuff? Yeah. I mean, thinking offhand, I'm not 100% sure where New Zealand is geographically. I don't know why I can't remember exactly where it is. But I guess New Zealand's on Oceanic as well, with Australia. It's not often that I need to look at New Zealand on a map, I guess. And it's pretty small, I know that. Shall we get this over with? Yes, let's do it. What is this spinning? This is kind of interesting. I guess we just have to like run through and avoid stuff. Oh, of course. I guess you don't get to avoid them.
Away with you!
This ends now!
not to reach the temple, understood? All the more reason we should hurry then. I would assume you're supposed to be able to sneak past these. It seems like it's set up in a way that you could do that. Wonder why the other one's attacked. You know what? I bet it was the Y'shtola and Almet. This is why I hate pets. This is why I never finished the Chocobo pet thing. Because they ran right through the middle of them. Teleportation device. This should end well. Looks like these are arrows. I can get over there, but you probably need to get over there. That probably sends you there. If I go this way. That would send you back this way. I guess you could just go this way, maybe? And then go that way? I'll try it. Oh, it doesn't let you stop. Okay. Interesting. That makes it easier. Indiana Jones moment. It's gotta be. By the gods. Thank you. I was gonna try for 2. I'm gonna play it safe. It's funny, it grays out sprint. Oh. Sister, they've reached the temple. I fear they're too fast. Be careful. Traps inside. We're nearly there. It is unheard of for anyone to outpass. Could it be Rashid? If so, we have little time. Yeah. That guy is badass. I'm looking to beat his ass, though. I'm looking forward to that fight. We have to be able to fight that guy at some point.
Here I come! No holding back!
Nobody stacked. Oh, I guess we're done. Am I just supposed to go? I wasn't sure what to do. The quest objective said speak with Ishtola.
It seems to be working. I think not.
General, hold on!
Oh.
Expertly done.
How was I to know that that would happen? It looked like any other part of the floor. Might now be an opportune time to strike a bargain? We poisoned a number of villagers in Slitherbough with a toxin brewed for us by the children.
Of course they did.
This is the antidote. I dare say you know how potent their concoctions are, and the futility of trying to counteract their effects. Now, try anything here, and we're all likely to fall. Eventually someone will come to our rescue, or yours. Promise us safe passage, and we'll give you the antidote. Do we have a deal?
We do not negotiate with the enemy. The villagers' lives are forfeit, as is yours.
General?
Do not fail.
How noble and pointless.
Is everyone all right?
Oh shit, Minfilia, of course.
What in the...
Oriage! At once! Down with you!
Oh, got him. But now he's down there with Y'shtola if she lived.
Where is Y'shtola?
Lahi? Thankfully, Ranjit's cohorts had the good sense to fall back. Uimet should be here soon with the word from Fanao. We should hold our position here until she arrives. Move it. Really? There we go. That was weird. Almet, please tell me you know if that hole might lead out into the woods somewhere. Were there another means to exiting the temple, there is no question that we would know of it. But I fear this is little consequence. For we have tried to mark the depth of the pit and failed. To fall from such a height. Sister, I come bearing news. The Yulmoran soldiers and the children have fled Yxmaja. They abandoned Slitherbough as well, though they have yet remained in the swamps near Lakeland. Unfortunately, a number of the blessed were poisoned while fending off the soldiers. One we believe to be of their order was found lost in Yixmaja, feverish and badly wounded. He was taken to Fanau for treatment, but I fear there is little we can do for him. He and his other blessed will not last long without an antidote. Then we must act quickly if we are to spare the vial. Menphilia and I can deliver it to the blessed in Slitherbow. You and Urianger should return to Fanau and tend to the wounded villager there. What about Ishtola? I know it seems callous of us to leave, but she leapt into the hole for a reason. We have to save the blessed, whatever it takes. All right. My sister and I will remain here. We must be certain no soldiers are still lurking about. Come, Ray. Let not Y'shtola's sacrifice be in vain. To Fanau. Kind of in shock about Y'shtola jumping off the edge like that. I almost don't believe that she's gone. She can't be. I can't imagine Rajit dying like that either. There's got to be something more epic to that. Heavens forfend, Runar. 'Twas he who forestalled the Yulmoran's precision, and in so doing afforded three times to traverse the temple. Afforded the time to traverse the temple. Quickly, the antidote. That's a cool looking mount. Grown. Brunar still appears visibly pained. Perhaps he requires another dose of the medicine. Byakko Extreme. Oh, for the mount. Is that like a... Is that a future one, or is that an older one? Oh, Tiger of the Four Lords. Okay. That was a fun one. That trial was a really fun one. I haven't done any of the extreme trials, though. I'm looking forward to actually getting to do those here soon. The medicine seems to take effect. The color slowly creeps back into his cheeks. It would appear the worst has passed, though his wounds yet want for mending. I shall minister to him forthwith. Are these any good ones? No, I don't want green ones. Well, it's just about 7 p.m. and I'm going on 5 hours here soon. So I think I'm gonna call the MSQ here. I'm gonna hop off, get some dinner, and then come back and work on getting my Reaper up to level. What level do I need to get him to? 75 now, of course. And I'll probably need to go to 76 to make sure that he stays ahead. So I've got some grinding to do, it seems like. If I want to level up my Reaper alongside my monk. Urianger's teaching English to the ffxiv English players, yeah. He teaches me English that's like 150, 200 years old. Yep. I don't know what it is with his with the way he speaks. It's like he speaks in Old English while also talking like Yoda sometimes. He says things out of order and says things in ways that I wouldn't expect. It's really cool because it gives his character like a unique... the next quest may be worth doing. Okay. Okay, I could probably stick around and do this one then. But he's really unique because nobody else speaks the way he does. Past A Realm Reborn. It seems like in A Realm Reborn, everybody was talking the way that Urianger does right now. But now he's got like a unique personality, and everybody else has their own like sort of unique way of talking, which is really cool. Because you can tell just by like reading something. It's like, oh, that's Urianger, or that's Ishtola, or that's Thancred. You know, it's pretty cool. Old scholarly tomes. So he spreads like, yeah, he speaks like what he reads. It makes sense. It does make it difficult to read fluidly sometimes because of what he says. Like, this is a perfect example. Restre, I pray thee. If you don't know that's pray thee, you're not going to read it as pray thee. You're going to read it as like prithee or pry thee or something. I pray thee, I shall attend to Ramar's ministrations. Yeah, it's like a short sentence, and he's got 3 words in there that just make it super complex. It's not bad. It's just painful to read sometimes. Yeah, he does voice it as pray thee, yeah. That's part of the reason why I know it's pray thee, is because he says that. I've never read or seen anybody else ever say it. Not just in Final Fantasy, but anywhere.
Runa, thank goodness.
We delivered the antidote to Slitherbough, and from what we could gather on the way here, the Ulmorans have had the good manners to withdraw.
And Urianger's voice actor is amazing too, by the way. All the voice actors are really good.
Thank the gods they did. We would never have made it here in time. I'm told we have Runar and his comrades to thank for keeping the soldiers occupied prior to their retreat. They were preparing to come for you and Y'shtola, it seems, when Runar rallied the villagers and pursued them out of Slitherbough.
Ixmaya in the care of the Vis. Thou art safe now, friend. Pray, rest thee a while longer.
No. No, I am all right. Somewhat heavy of limb, perhaps, but otherwise well, I assure you. I am glad to see you are all safe. When we realized where the soldiers were headed, we knew something had to be done. I do not see Master Matoya. She was with you, yes? What happened to her?
Not say for certain, but it was she who secured the antidote. She saved the Knights Blessed, albeit at a cost. I'll go with that one. She saved the Knights Blessed, albeit at a cost.
Spare me your riddles and speak plain. Where is Master Matoya? No. No. No, that cannot be. Why would she do such a thing? Was there no other way? I cannot believe that she... We must begin the search immediately. I will come with you. What are you waiting for? We must find her. She could be trapped, or hurt, or... She is alive. She is alive, damn you!
Forgive me for interrupting, but our scouts have apprehended an intruder. We thought perhaps he might be an associate of yours.
I feel like she has to be alive too.
Oh, look who it is.
Well, this is embarrassing. In my defense, they are surprisingly tenacious.
Mm-hmm. Apprehended because he let them.
So, what trouble have you gotten yourselves into this time?
He would be the perfect one to send to find Ishtola. Probably burn that bridge, though. And Ishtola probably wouldn't let him help her anyways.
Well, well. What an intriguing turn of events. My condolences, by the way. 'Tis never easy to lose the ones we love. Well, she is dead, isn't she? Wishing it were otherwise will not make it so.
That you should be indifferent to her loss is no surprise. But to us, she was a friend. The best of friends.
You have something on your mind. What is it?
I'm beginning to wonder what really happened when she fell. After she fell, there was a powerful gust of wind, as if from nowhere. Yeah. Something like that, I guess, could have stopped her fall, too. I'll go with that one.
Pray recount to us again that which thou witnessed in the ruins, omitting not the slightest detail.
Flow. The teleportation magic she used to spirit us away from Uldar after the bloody banquet. I recall a similar gale in the tunnel before it took effect.
Was there?
Interesting. I thought I sensed a brief disturbance in the live stream. How reassuring to know it was not my imagination.
She did it a second time?
I felt it only once, I should mention, which would suggest she is still adrift on its currents.
Then I fear she may yet be lost to us. For it was only by the grace of the elementals that she was plucked from that great ethereal river.
Ah, very well. I'll go and fetch her.
There's no way.
Perhaps a clear and unambiguous act of kindness will serve to win the trust you seem so determined to deny me.
That smile's not going to help with the trust. Okay. Now then, if I am to fetch her for you, I will require a suitable place to work. We must find somewhere that is reasonably strong with the livestream. And by we, I mean you. To that end, I give you this, the ethereal lamp of my own design. Keep it close to you. Keep it close as you venture out into the wood. The brighter the flow, the stronger the location resonance with the livestream. Once you've found the likely spot, all you need to do is whistle. You do know how to whistle, don't you, hero? Just put your lips together and blow. Uh-huh. Pinpoint, okay. Let's see. The lamp is dim. Okay. So I'm playing a game of hot and cold, I guess. Random minor details. Yeah. Oh, you're only catching on to some of those this watch through? I might have to go and watch the part of that cutscene where Stola saves himself in Thancred the first time to see if there's that gust of wind. I'm sure there is. I just want to see it. Something he explains at some point. Yeah. I guess So guess I could keep going this way. Wait. No. Why would I do that? It's obviously over here. Why do I need the lamp? Oh. Here, I thought it was going to be like using the Aether Compass. Still dim. It says it's down. Am I in the wrong spot? Is it below? There's nothing down there. The lamp glows warmly. Okay. Faintly. It was bright, like right here. Near blinding. Perhaps now would be a good time to call. Yeah. There we go. I almost didn't see the sparkles with the blue there like that. Emmett's definitely got the evil walk down, that's for sure.
Yes, this place should serve well enough. Might I have a little space? I need to concentrate. Now then, what color was her soul again? Ah, there you are.
He's done it. He's brought her back.
Brought her clothes this time, too.
Y'shtola, are you all right?
Yes, though I cannot imagine how. What happened?
Thou didst invoke the power of flow, which thence did usher thy soul unto the life stream.
I wanted to save the antidote, and after that... I did something exceedingly reckless, for which you will just have to forgive me.
Master Matoya! Oh, thank the heavens you're all right. I had nearly given up hope.
Please, Renard, dry your tears. What would the others think if they saw you like this? Come now. Did you really think I would go gently into that dark night with so much left undone? So many mysteries left unsolved?
Is there aught you wish to say to me? A word of thanks, perhaps?
Emmet Selk, the Ascian of whom I spoke. 'Twas he who plucked thee from the life stream.
I see. Thank you. Differences notwithstanding, you saved my life, and for that I am grateful. But let us turn our attention to more important matters, such as the Katana Ravel. You had better not have explored its depths without me.
Heavens no. In fact, I was awaiting your return. I would rather have known... I wouldn't have known where to start. I'll tell you after you've got some rest. Heavens no.
Well, Almet and the others should be pleased to see you in such uncharacteristically high spirits. Let us return to Fanoff then, and discuss the coming expedition.
Alright. What a touching reunion that was. It fair brought a tear to my eye. Or a tear to the eye. But, as we both know, such tender moments are nothing if not momentary. Before long, they will remember their many differences and return to squabbling. You're wrong. They can be better than that, says the Archbringer of Chaos. Ahaha, flattery will get you nowhere, my dear. But seriously, we Ascians do what we do for the greater good, for the rejoining. Though we may sow seeds of chaos, it is man who tends them. He who reaps their bountiful harvest. But I grow tired of these arguments. If you would kindly refrain from retorting and returning to the customary brooding silence, I will take it as thanks for rescuing your companions, and leave it at that. Now, we mustn't keep your friends waiting. I need to get some food. What the fuck? Oh, it's a fate. I was like, those weren't there a second ago. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get back to the city here. Actually, really quick, I don't remember who it was I was talking to about, or if the person is still here, I should say, about Ul'dah and all the people there. Did I attune to this one? Because Limsa Laminsa on Balmung is not quite the same as other servers. Like everybody says that's the degen area, but it's really Balmung. So I'm gonna go there, run through that real quick, so we can get a look at that. Because it's kind of incredible how many people are here. Like I said, the place is just packed. So it's actually really kind of cool how many people are actually here. When am I continuing at MSQ? Hopefully tomorrow. But that all depends on what's going on with work and stuff. But yeah. Yep. And most of them are here just for RP. A lot of these people are, like all the sprouts that you see, those are generally like world travelers or whatever, who are on fresh accounts that wouldn't come here on their mains. It's kind of funny. Yeah. It's actually kind of crazy how many people are here. It's like everybody on the server just hangs out in Ul'dah. Limsa is pretty much, you know, dead, as far as like the people there. But yeah, like all the sprouts that you see, they'll be like wanderers, and those are the ones that are here like looking for ERP and stuff usually. Yeah. Because you can't make new characters on the server. I'm like one of the only actual sprouts on Balmung. So, yep, this is the sticky place inside there. So, it was kind of jarring when I first came back, and I had to pick up my quest from Momo. And it's like, what the fuck is happening here? So, but yeah, I'd like to get back to MSQ tomorrow, if possible. If I don't get back to MSQ tomorrow, it's because I need to make videos for the YouTube channel and put some of those together. I have some stuff written out as far as I want to do. But I wasn't able to do that yesterday like I had planned because my motherboard died and I had to replace everything. Had to get that all fixed yesterday. Yesterday was a struggle getting all that together, but yeah. Yeah, Jonathan. And I mean, obviously, like these VODs are going to be up on the channel, so you can always go back and watch them. So the whole MSQ for Shadowbringers, as far as as far as that goes, will be up there, with the exception of the first couple, because those are over on Twitch, but I'm not streaming on Twitch anymore. I'd rather do it here where people can actually see when I'm going live and stuff. Yeah, but hopefully YouTube will get better about the notifications. If you don't watch live streams on YouTube very much, then it won't like recommend live streams very often. So the more you start watching live streams on YouTube, the more it starts recommending them. On my YouTube page, homepage, for example, there's a whole section of just live streams because I watch a lot of live streams on YouTube, and it just popped up one day. So now I get like recommended live streams all the time. Oh, you were just busy, so you didn't see anything until Saturday, until you sat down. Gotcha. Yeah. You were waiting for something, and when it refreshed the homepage, I saw you laugh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I posted it. I don't know if it sent the notification out, but I did post it like a little more than an hour before I actually went live. So I do try to get it posted before I go live. And hopefully, as I start streaming more, I'll have like a full schedule set up for more than just MSQ, because I do want to stream like 16 when that comes out. I want to start streaming some like some of the older games too, like Final Fantasy X. I know people have been saying I should play that one. I know everybody likes 7, and you know, I'd like to go through and see those games. Yeah, and just stream and start chilling out more online. So I think it'd be a lot of fun, you know, and it's fun talking to you guys too. So, all right, well, I am starving, so I'm gonna go get some dinner. It's after 7. Yeah, I will. You might watch the ffxiv VODs. Oh, you're planning to play? Of course, yeah. Yep. Yep. You guys all have a good night too. I will see you next time. I will, Iron Shield. Thank you for coming.